Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the continuation of the council meeting of the 26th of May 2025. We find ourselves here on Tuesday the 27th of May to re-adjourn the meeting. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. The assembly point is down Devonport Road if you walk down towards the Strand. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones, and if you have questions or want to talk, if you just push your button and you'll get into the line. Please make sure your mobile phones are turned off. Thank you very much. I'd just like to pass over to Councillor Baker this morning for an opening karakia.
Mauri ore te whare, me noi tātou, ki mihia te pōranga haua te ao kia i o rangi kia i o nuku kei ngā mata o te ariki. Kei mata nuku, kei mata rangi kei reira koe tāne te waiora e ngā maunga ru e ngā wapara whenua he reuta ki tai ki tangaroa e. Ko koe, ko au, ko tāua nei, whiti ao, whiti ora ara mai te toki, haumi e hui e, tae ki e.
Just a reminder of what we're going to start. We're going to start with 11.6 today, which is on page 176 of the agenda. After that, we will go on to 11.7, which is connecting Mount Maunganui. A reminder that at 1 p.m. today, we will be talking aquatics and talking about some of the options there. So that's a little bit of a rundown of how we're going to approach the day. Depending on time, we may do 11.8, which is the development contributions, and we'll just sort of take it as it comes and see where we get to. So as I said, we're now on to 11.6, which is annual plan 25-26 deliberations, other issues and options papers. Yesterday we dealt with the places and spaces. We're going to take this similar to yesterday. If we believe there's a reason to take this forward and we want to try to fit it into our budgets, we will take an acceptance in principle. It'll go up on the whiteboard, and then we'll play budget Jenga later in the week as we try to find the way to fund these and get them hopefully into the annual plan. And if it's a no request for money or it's a no, we'll try to deal with those as we go. So our first item today is Papamoa Primary School request for Parton Road footpath widening. We're talking about widening a 105 metre section of Parton Road by about 1.2 metres so that it is safer for our kids to be getting to and from school. So again, I'm happy to take these reports as read, but if there's any questions for our team, we can answer those now. Yes, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is building a council asset on MOE land. There may be another discussion around that later on, but how does that work in terms of depreciation?
Good morning, kia ora koutou. Through you, Mr. Chair, in these specific situations, council, you could either get a formal easement, which means that through that easement process, but it costs a lot of money, council then takes over that land and treats it as an asset. We do that in any events, but we found in particular situations through an MOU we can achieve the same outcome. So at the pedestrian crossing, we had extended the path and council maintains it and therefore depreciates it. If that through an MOU, yeah, but specific to schools.
I guess obviously I'm supportive of this and safety for our kids. Again, I'm just struggling to understand the $55,000, and I'm just interested to know, are we replacing the whole footpath as part of this, or is this literally we're going to build the 105 metres by 1.2 metres?
So the cost estimate, me mahi, is based on 1.5 metres across that 105 square metres, so it works out to about 157 square metres. So the cost estimate is on the high end. We pay for footpaths, something between 120 and 180 square metres, but then there's service changes and all sorts of bits and bobs. So we try to give the most realistic estimates in the time we had available. Obviously, we'll try and get the best price if this project progresses.
Okay, thank you. Look, I guess this is we're obviously talking about value for money, and we keep saying it, but the numbers coming through, and I accept that this is a high level estimate, and it's a and it is potentially on the higher side. But look, this is a problem in our system that we need to solve, because this does not create value for money. This is, if you work that out we're talking about a shared pathway yesterday. This is around $1.5 million a kilometre, equivalent for a 3 metre shared pathway. I honestly believe, that if we went out to the market, the problem is we put in our report 55,000. We're going to now go out for tender. People know that, and they're going to go, oh yeah, well, it's 54,000. This is a project that should be delivered for $20,000. That's, all in $20,000. So, I'm not comfortable supporting it at $30,000. That gives us all the time for planning and contingency, and that's a project that I'll support. But we've got to start doing things differently and finding a way to deliver these things. Is concrete is $210 for a cube of concrete. It costs $10 a square metre to place it. It costs $9 a lineal metre to get boxing put in. So I just somehow we get to a number that just is completely unrealistic. So it's just a bugbear of mine. We see it across the organisation that the numbers just keep coming in. Which as a organisation that's delivering $500 million of capital, we should be getting the good prices. And if it is that we are a bad client and it's really hard to work with us, let's solve that and make us a really good client that everyone wants to work for. So when we go out for tender on something like this, we get 20 people bidding for it, and we get the best price, because I can tell you a developer would not be paying $55,000 to build 126 square metres of concrete. It just does my head in, seeing these numbers over and over again. So. Yeah.
Here, Mahe, I totally agree. But in terms of the project, did that also include the replacement fence if we're going into the school grounds? Is that part of the scope?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, the Ministry of Education would pay the cost of relocating the fence.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, and just to address some of those concerns around costs. So it is true that the costs that are in front of you are on the high side. The two drivers of those costs and the uncertainties that we put into that price are one around temporary traffic management and the infrastructure beneath it. We can absolutely be more aggressive in those spaces in terms of what we put in front of you. And I think we'll make sure that we break out those costs, because I think you need to know what are the things that we're grappling with as staff that to drive those costs up. So you are right in the fact that there is an apparent disparity between what you can get off the rack in terms of paying for concrete and all the extra admin that comes in. But I don't think we haven't been showing you enough what those costs are and how we're dealing with them. So I think that we will take that away and we'll come back to you with that. We do think we'll get a much cheaper price here, particularly now because we're focused on temporary traffic management and the reduction of those costs. But it does drive a lot. There's a heavy overhead often with small projects, particularly around temporary traffic management. We are looking to make that less of that cost attributed to council, and it's about our appetite for risk. So perhaps instead of having those risks manifested here in terms of dollars, we'll write the risks out. So council can take more risks, it can actually be more aggressive in its risk stance, and we'll set that in our papers now so that you can see that, and then accept or not the risks that are residual after we've done that element. I think that's what we've not been doing, but we'll do that more.
Yeah, no, thank you. Look, again, like temporary traffic management, we've got 1.2 metres between us and the road where we're building this. So again, I'm not sure, we'll probably try to close a lane to do this, but it's just not required. Like people can be sensible when they see a fence or cones fencing off a strip of pavement that they walk around it, rather than us paying, tens of thousands of dollars for, to effectively fence off something we don't need to. Yeah.
Just one comment on the temporary traffic management. By the time we would go to do this, we would have a new temporary traffic management code in place, which is the risk-based one, rather than the code of practice for temporary traffic management, which we have now. So for lower volume roads, smaller roads, sort of in the communities and around schools, that sort of thing, we do expect quite a lower cost for our temporary traffic management from the 1st of July this year. So there's a positive change without actually increasing the risk to the road users or the travelling public or the kids.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
We talked about it being on Ministry of Education land. They don't pay rates in this city. Are they going to contribute to the building of the footpath, do you think? Can we push them for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have approached the Ministry and the school in terms of making a contribution, and they also hamstrung in terms of funding availability. I think the opportunity exists that we would, if we had to do an easement and pay for use of that land, it would exceed the cost of building the footpath. So we're getting a community benefit from their perspective, because that land would be used for public use. So it's almost like they're saying, you can use our land if you build the cost of the path, and we'll do the fence. Yeah.
Thank you. It was a bit of a cheeky question, but pressure coming the other way.
Well, the Ministry's contribution can be the $25,000 we save when we deliver it for $30,000, so, or under. So, all right. So again, I guess this one is within current budgets, and so it's not going to have any impact on rates. So I'm happy to put the recommendation up for this one, obviously with a very clear direction to deliver it for a lesser price than is in the report.
Are you moving it?
I'm happy, mate.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Councillor Morris, Councillor Currat.
Very briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, and appreciate your comments earlier. It'd be good if we can. I know it's a very small project in the scheme of things, but it'd be great once the project's delivered to get that breakdown just in relation to what the guidance the Mayor has said, just so that we can have confidence that we're going forward in the right way. So it'd be great to see the the costs are itemised, reported back to council at some stage. Thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion on this one? All right, therefore I ask all those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. Now we move on to page 185. This is issues and options Vale Street, request for pathway between Landscape Road and Barretta Road and additional pedestrian crossing. So just a little bit of background. We had a submission where the submitter has effectively offered to come and give us some free professional expertise in the early design phase for a path along Vale Street. So happy to ask for any questions if anyone has any to staff. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Tim. Good report. I do question, have we done any measuring, any surveys on the routes that the kids are taking to get to Billings Point School? Because remembering back when I was a kid and walking to school, I wouldn't have gone the long way, that's where this path would be. I'd be taking the shortcut. So I do question that, and it's probably something I'd ask you to look at if we go any further with this. I'm certainly up for looking at some crossings on Grange Road. I think there's some areas in Grange Road that are seriously hard to get across. And the crossings would also work for older kids going to the high school and the intermediate. So probably my comments on that. But yeah, I wonder the cost of the footpath versus how many would actually take that longer route.
Yeah, when we do projects like this, there's something called a desire line, which is the path of least resistance is another way of put it. So it is something that we look into just from the behavioural aspect point of view as well. Yeah, it does get taken into consideration.
So I just have a question. Obviously, talking about the footpath on the other side, and there's some constraints around having power poles, etc. in that pathway. Is that actually, is that actually a limiting factor? Obviously that's only parts of the footpath. If it's wider, is that still a safe option?
Me mahi, I think the challenge, particularly here along that section, is there's parts of it where it's practically impossible to fit a footpath without going right up against the boundary of the fence. And there's other parts of it where we have further space, particularly from Grange Road up through further along. And there's other constraints, particularly on Grange Road corner. There's insufficient space to provide a footpath. So you could achieve possibly a kind of 50-50 one, but it perhaps from a longevity perspective, it may not in the longer term, depending on the demand, that future demand that we need to do that work as part of the investigation, might not be fit for purpose in the longer term. So it's just it is an option, Mr. Chair, but there are some constraints, but we're happy to look at those in more detail as part of this and then come back to you in a report.
All right, no, that's... Then I guess again, I'm comfortable looking at crossing options. Again, just would like to see those, $150,000 to paint a bit of paint on the road and put some, lights and stuff up seems again excessive. So, that's just my my guide to again, we want all safety, but we want to be able to deliver more for less. So, yeah, Councillor Crowther.
I am interested in the cost of this. Like, I realise everything's in a context, and for me, it's in the context that the amount the Mayor was talking about in the last item would have got us 4 to 5 millimetres worth of shared pathway in the Otomotai project. So everything's relative, I think. But in this one, compared to the notorious rainbow crossing, which we've had discussions about. When we saw the actual breakdown of the cost, the actual putting in the crossing itself wasn't much money. Traffic management was a factor, which was significant. But I'm thinking for these 4 crossings, that number does look exceptionally high to me. If we're talking about at grade, just normal run-of-the-mill crossings, is it because of the little signs on either side? Is it because of the traffic management? Because if it's $5,000, which was the figure that I've seen as a base level cost to paint some stuff on the road and put that on, are we saying that we've got $580,000 for the little posts and the traffic management? Is there a risk factor? And if not, can we sort of maybe look at tracking 1 or 2 of those, particularly the Hiniwa Grange Pillins, wherever the most appropriate crossing there is, because that's the one which is the design line that Rod's talking about. That's the one where there is potential issues already. I'm not so sure about the Vale landscape. I don't see that as a big safety hazard, but that one is potentially quite an issue. So I know that's 2 factors that I raised, but in terms of the first one, if you could maybe tease out, like, why is that cost so big for those crossings?
So we've just, through you, Mr. Chair, taken a standard cost for zebra crossing. And the cost associated generally is around power supply and making those connections in terms of lighting requirements and those sorts of things. So if it's a pedestrian refuge, you still need some lighting requirements depending on the use. And that's a lot of the cost that gets driven up, including depending on the nature of the road, the traffic management costs, the actual paint. And building, whatever you're building, is really minimal in comparison to some of those other costs, depending underground services is always a challenge as well. So we build those risks in, but we definitely, if you go to the market, make it a much better cost once those risks are mitigated through the design.
Is there like a battery solar option for lights?
There certainly is. It's something, can come back to you on. In some instances, we have used them in isolated instances. The reliability, I'm not entirely sure on, but happy to come back to you on that. Okay. That's an option.
Yeah. So what's our steer here? If we could just have the recommendations put up. Yes, certainly.
And if you don't know this, it's okay, I can look it up later, but the Automotai spatial plan, there were requests for access through from Grange to Vale further, like through a reserve there, and there was also a request to connect up, like this submitter, and there was also another request to put in a sort of better cycleway facility along Grange and all sorts of things. Do you know if there is sort of like a set work plan for doing, if I put active transport connections in that area, and if so, would any of this fit in with it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Automotai spatial plan provided some very clear direction in terms of movements, both for primary and secondary walking and cycling routes. We know that Spaces and Places are looking at some of those linkages in terms of reserves, and we're happy to look at potentially where some of those submissions fell and how it fits in. But Vale Street in particular is a key connection to barista shops as well as supporting the school. But happy, Councillor, to have a look at that and just make sure when we report back to you that we take that into account to demonstrate.
Do we have an idea of how busy this road is for pedestrians? How many people are currently using it?
Mr. Chair, we have to do some, in the time we had to prepare the issues and
Yeah.
options paper, we unfortunately didn't have the time to undertake that investigation, but it is worthwhile in presenting it back to you to give you those numbers.
And then just interested in the $10,000 operational expenditure. Is that in, like you say, majority of work will be taken in-house? Is that taking into account staff's time, or is that outside allocation of?
We've, Mr. Chair, we've allocated around 60% of internal staff time, and the remainder might be some additional work. For example, if we progress with the Vale Street Park option, we need to undertake some potential surveys, just to understand some of the potential risks around retaining in parts of those areas, for example.
Yeah, cool. So, I just think again, comfortable with that, but we just don't want to be doing investigations unless we're certain we're doing something. So, unless we're really committed to doing a crossing somewhere, that's when absolutely we need to do that work and very much support that. But, not just, we might do something here and we'll do an investigation, because that's just throwing money after or wasting money really. So, I'm encouraged around this. I just, my personal, just say thank you to the submitter. This is a member of a community that has seen a need and has an idea and has offered their time to come and help us. So, I think we should be encouraging of that when people from the community come to support us in delivering potentially something that will help the community and certainly helps us with support. So I'll give Councillor Crowther a first option to move this if you'd like. Yeah, and being in his rohi, so I'm happy to second. Yeah. Just trying to get some more work. Does anyone wish to talk to this?
Just sort of reiterating what I said before, I do think there's potentially one or two quick wins in those crossings. I do have a bit of a concern that we could end up spending money, presumably similar cost, if not higher, because of the limited scale of it, than what council was planning to do for the bigger project. And the big bang for buck would come from other routes around Otamotai. So we run the risk of sort of going, well, we didn't get government funding for the big thing that we really need, so let's spend a bunch of money on a little thing that we don't need as much. So bearing that in mind, I do think the focus for me would be how to get across those streets, because putting it bluntly, like probably, kids today are still similar to what we were, where they'll find a way to go along the grass verge a bit, and I've seen them do it down there, and it's not ideal, but I don't think that's life-threatening, whereas crossing the road could be, and so I think that's got to be the priority from my perspective.
Yeah, thank you for that. Again, I think this, obviously at the moment we're pretty much committing to investigations, rather than actually proceeding with this, and I do agree, this probably, let's get some early work done, and it can come back to, because at the moment we don't have a project, so then it can come back to that. We talked already about that shared pathway plan around the city. I think that would be very appropriate that it moves back into that to go against the other projects. But as I say, I don't think we've got anything to lose with a member of our community who wants to invest their time to give us a good option. So just to reiterate, I thank you for that, Councillor Taylor.
So I just wanted to Oh, Nick,
Oh, just for clarity, and now, just so that we understand the scope of this, are we just looking at this as per the paper, or do you want us to have a look at quick wins adjacent in order to get some benefits? We kind of need to know what you want us to do, because we're not going to see a change in the government policy statement for another 2 years. We aren't going to see funding contributions from NZTA for some time yet. So whatever we find in terms of low-hanging fruit will have to be funded by TCC. So, yeah, I'm just trying to get clarity of the scope as we go away to do this.
I guess I'm sort of thinking by the time the mayor's finished, we'll be getting everything for a few dollars a kilometre. So on that basis, I wouldn't mind if you could tease out a couple of little things around Windsor Road as a comparison. Like, so I'm not saying I want to sort of turn this into a great big automotive cycleway thing, but to say if we are going to invest in what the submitter put forward, which I think has a lot of merit, that we also compare that just to sort of ground ourselves with what could we do for just in some of the pinch point by those schools, which wouldn't require crossing streets. So it was just on that one side. I know anything that's crossing streets and connecting up would be huge, but I'm just interested in similar sort of distance. You know, what will we get in those two locations? And would it be much more expensive along Windsor? Because if it's not, I would struggle to support, you know, however many metres this is along Vale, because there just isn't the volume by comparison. And so that's my only hesitation. But I don't want to open up a big problem for the transport team. So just factor in my view however you best think it fits in the big picture there.
Clear as mud.
No, I think you guys get it.
I'd also like to thank the contributor from the community. I think it's great that someone's got off their butt and actually done something, so applaud them. I'd also like to just reiterate, I think the crossing thing is something that's desperately needed. Not so much sure about the path along the edge of the golf course, because I don't know that it'll get used. It's my 5 cents.
Councillor Scholar.
Thank you, Mayor Mahay. I just, a couple of things. Again, yesterday we talked about not approving projects unless we intended to carry on with them. And so there's a couple of things: undertaking a more detailed investigation into pedestrian facilities. I think I would like that to read, work with the school and community to understand pedestrian requirements, because if they've done a study in 2024, then let's use that study. And it's also just trying to understand how much staff time we are putting. I think when projects are brought forward, we do need an indication of staff time. And we did hear yesterday that a team had the capability to take on 3 feasibility studies for reasonably big projects, and we just need to understand what that capability and how much we are allocating to projects like this. So I just think we need to, again, on the scope side, your question, Nick, I think we just have a think about how much allocation you are putting into that. But I would like to amend that resolution to for E to say work with the school and community to understand pedestrian facilities. If that would work with the mover and seconder.
I'm happy to support that. Yeah, I'm happy to support.
Work with the school and community.
Schools?
Yeah, schools and community to understand, and then take out pedestrian facilities, then take out everything up until pedestrian facilities. Facilities, is that no, yeah, but yeah. I don't know what pedestrian facilities are.
Things that people walk on.
Are they? Okay.
Maybe we could just a couple of words around,
Yeah.
we're looking to understand pedestrian demand,
Yeah, good one.
and then we can lock it into the rest of the sentence.
Yeah.
And then that enables us to do a low-cost survey across a wider area, spreading our bets a little bit and evidence-based.
Cool. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thank you. Morning, Mayor. Morning, everyone. It's same from me. Just to reiterate what the Deputy Mayor said. Looking at the map, there's obviously a big catchment area that's already within, and directly get good back road access off to the school. So this is a part of the catchment. So either the Deputy Mayor or Councillor Taylor talked. I just wonder what that net added benefit of that area to do that percentage of their catchment. So it'd be really good to understand the pedestrian requirements fully before we looked at spending these levels of money. Thank you.
All right. Is that everyone's had their say? So I'll therefore put to the council the motion as on the screen. Ask all those in favour. Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Right, our next issue is public place recycling bins and charity waivers. So obviously we have a number of issues. We might we can ask questions on anything, and I think we might just consider them slightly separately. But is there any questions for staff on this? Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for another good report. Option 2 regarding the recycling bins, we're talking about looking at where we locate them and the criteria that we might use there. Do you want to just sort of give us a bit of a heads up on what you would go through to decide whether it was appropriate to put recycling bins as opposed to a general waste bin?
Thank you very much. And through you, Chair, we do have some data on high-use areas, and in particular, obviously, the parks and those with playgrounds. And so there was a survey done about 3 years ago, and we initiated one another a few months ago. So once those results come back, I'm happy to share those with you. So we can show you where those areas are, and we're putting them in where we know they'll be used rather than everywhere, basically.
Yeah. I guess that's my point, is that there's some very big educational value in putting these things in the right location, but in the wrong location it's probably a bit of a waste of money.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks for the report, Dan. And I should commend you on your use of expenditure of approximately $342,775.44, approximately. I think it's fine you round to that level. I'm interested in that it was going to save us about $250,000 if we'd gone ahead with the consulted proposal. Now, what's sort of being talked about is with the feedback, we'd amend that. Do you have a number for what you feel if we were to keep glass and as well, like if we keep the mixed recycling in those high prominent places that you're suggesting, but also the glass ones at strategic locations that have high glass usage but got rid of the rest?
Yep, so through your Chair, in terms of the service, the mixed recycling and glass is an all-in-one package. So if we left glass at all of the stations, there would not be a cost saving.
Right, Councillor Baker.
Morena kōrua, thank you. So just looking at what the organisation's recommended, and on the basis that it's considered the best balance on financial prudence, operational efficiency and community expectation, is it actually the best decision for the environment and our practice and approach, longevity of natural environment, etc.?
Depends what you consider the best decision for the environment. I think in terms of practices, I would say yes, given with the high level of contamination, we're actually not diverting that much from landfill. So by making it more targeted with better education, we would have a better outcome for the environment, because then we will actually have, we're expecting lower contamination rates in those bins, and so we will divert more from landfill.
Do we have a scale of you know, what this change would potentially mean for tonnes of landfill waste?
We can go back and look at the data in terms of what the tonnage is currently. It's not that high compared to obviously the curbside. However, it'll come down to the level of and how successful behaviour change and education programs are with it. Because if we didn't support this with the right behaviour change, we'd still get high levels of contamination, and so we wouldn't be able to quantify what we divert as a result.
So out of our, like obviously we've heard glass is separate, but out of our mixed recycling at the moment, what sort of percentage is actually going to landfill out of those recycle bins? Do we?
The public place bins?
Yeah, the public place.
So 85%, we have around 85% level of contamination, so pretty much all of it will end up in landfill, because it's collected in one truck in a service run. It's picked up by the service provider and put into the truck, which separates glass and the contaminated recycling. And with that level of contamination, we don't have a station where it's then hand-picked and removed, so it ends up going into landfill then as a result.
Okay, so from I guess from Councillor Baker's perspective, there's actually going to be a very little change from an environmental perspective to doing this, because at the moment majority already goes to landfill because it's contaminated. Is that?
No, in terms of what we're proposing is that we're reducing the scope and enhancing the education abilities.
Yeah.
So putting them in areas where there's high use, and assuming based on behavioural science, our behaviour change works, the contamination level won't be as bad, and therefore we'll be able to actually send the mixed recycling to be recycled as opposed to landfill. So we'll be reducing what goes to landfill with the proposed recommendation.
Yeah, sorry, I'm saying right now though, at the moment, 85% of what people think are getting recycled is going to landfill.
Potentially, yep. Well, it's contaminated, so we'd assume so. Yeah, from the public bins, not curbside bins.
That's which is, you know, so I guess that's what I'm saying. At the moment, it's all going.
Yes, at the moment. So the recommendation, as per the question, is likely to improve the environmental outcomes.
Which actually it might be a better outcome.
Yes, better outcome for the environment. Yeah,
absolutely, which is great. All right. Yes.
Just a question on, as we're talking costs, how many bins would you be relabelling from recycling to general waste, and is 31,500 the right number to do that? On page 2 of your report.
So we propose to reduce it to 32 bins, relabel 32 bins, and that amount directly relates to what the cost is per bin to rewrap it and reprint it. So we know per unit.
$1,000 a bin?
Yes. Well, yes, but there'll be 2 bins. So at some of those stations, there's glass and recycling bins. So we're rewrapping 2 bins to general waste. So it's $500 a bin for the wrapping.
Is that a good price to wrap a rubbish bin?
We can go back and look at that, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to, please.
I think Councillor.
Councillor Schuler.
Someone saw me. Thank you, Mayor. Just a question from me, I suppose, in terms of the use and concepts of education versus, just whether people are being lazy or not. Do you have any way of knowing, is this also an overflow issue, that there's actually, people would start to recycle, but then the general waste bin is full, so they just go, I'll jam it in the other one? Is there any way of knowing, whether this is purely education or in some ways the fact that the ratios aren't right from the start?
So yes and no. We do have a service, and they are serviced regularly enough that there shouldn't be overflowing. In those periods of summer when we have more people visiting, we have extra general waste bins around the city to deal with the overflow issue, and we encourage the community to call us when it does overflow, and we've done a campaign on that. I can't unilaterally rule it out that it's an overflow issue, because there will be some of that, but we do surveys as well, and so we can add that on, and audits of what's happening at each of these sites so that we can plan better going forward.
A question from me is, does this take into account, obviously, if you go from 1 bin to 3, you potentially don't have to service that as often?
Yes, it does, because effectively at the moment, when you have the mix, when you have a red bin plus a blue and a green yellow bin, sorry, you have 2 trucks arriving as opposed to 1 truck arriving just for the general waste. So it does reduce the number of trips going out to those, and that's why leaving glass at some of them would still mean 2 trucks going to that station, and we wouldn't have the subsequent reduction in cost.
Sorry, is there a saving from, because now the rubbish bins potentially only have to be emptied every 3 weeks rather than 1, because there's 3 times the capacity.
Potentially, yep, there could be a saving, especially in, so that probably wouldn't have been built into this. So over those summer periods, we probably also wouldn't spend as much putting additional bins out there, or if we've purchased them, so we could still do it. It just means maybe fewer runs in the long run. But take your point that that hasn't been calculated just yet.
And is that possible within the contract to?
Yes, it is. It's all possible to vary into the number of runs and adding additional bins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Just in terms of promoting, are the proposed 23 sites in the city centre and the Mount, for instance, or do we have an issue where there might be random, recycling stations out in Welcome Bay or wherever it is, which could be a bit of a confusing message if you've got, 90% of them are not recycling, and then you've got one lone one in Automoto, wherever it, how are you looking at doing it?
I'll be happy to bring back the proposed sites, but as mentioned earlier, it'll be based on high use. So, and we know where most all our assets are and what goes into them, and so we know whether or not a truck's going out there, and so we can plan according to use foot traffic, similar to the demand for the pathways as per the previous paper, and also by volumes. We already have that data, so we can put that plan together and share it with you first if you would like that.
Thank you. I think the key thing, I trust you to sort of do what's appropriate. I think for me the key thing would be the messaging just needs to be as clear,
the message,
so that we don't have this confusion of why haven't you got it in this prominent location or whatever. It needs to be probably a little bit consistent around that.
Yeah, again, just so that we understand the scope, do we have the use numbers as a basis for the decision making, or would you like us to bring that back so that you can have some other criteria in terms of what we? Okay. Yep.
And then, would you like to see the messaging before it goes out, or are you happy that we just make sure it's clear on the reasoning for the change to the sites? Okay.
I just had a question. So when we're looking at this, obviously we went out consulting on removing all of them, which was a saving of 252, and now, if we go for the recommended option 2, it's 165. So is that what's in our annual plan at the moment?
It was all budgeted as per BAU, so we would actually be taking it out of the annual plan, so it would be an actual saving if we went with option 2, yes.
Okay, so this is actually removing.
Yep. When we presented these options prior to the annual plan, we included also dipping into the curbside and levelling off that increase in those rates, which has also been included in the annual plan as well. So that's why it hasn't been presented in this paper.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think is there any questions on the charity waiver parts of this? All right. If there's no questions, could we get the recommended option put up? So I guess, I could just ask, are people supportive? Do we want to take it in parts? Or you're happy with? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I've got a question before we embark on debate, and it just relates to the submission from Waipuna Hospice. I think it was not Waipuna Hospice that was doing the submission, it was Social Link, I think, and Waipuna Hospice came in support. And they identified people using their service as a dumping facility, and subsequent to that I've had a conversation with someone who appeared at my house in the weekend about the scale and the magnitude of it, and misanthropes hiding rubbish, and stuff that they're dropping there. I'm struggling to generate a question on it, but that's wrong. What can we do to assist them? Because they're essentially a charity doing amazing work for our community, and some people are taking the proverbial, and it's not right. What can we do?
I agree, and it's something we've identified as well with our team that picks up illegal dumping. Generally, what they've been doing, and a proactive illegal dumping collection, is that they swing past a lot of the charity shops and other areas in town where they know people go and dump stuff, which is actually promoting that behaviour, because then it gets picked up. And so we're stuck between this: do we leave it there, put some tape around it, put a sign up, which some other cities do, and then that way kind of draw attention to the behaviour and get people, encourage people to let us know when it's happening? Or do we get in early, pick it up so that we don't see illegal dumping outside charity shops in certain areas of the city? And so part of the review is just looking at how we manage that with our contractor, Intergroup, who do the litter and waste from the public place bins as well, and putting better systems in place so that we can try identify, I suppose, the people doing it first, and take some action, because we can under our bylaw in terms of illegal dumping, because it is problematic. And you drive past any charity, almost any in the morning, and you'll see the amount of illegal dumping out there. And so in being proactive, I think we need to look into whether that's actually kind of enhanced or promoted that happening. So it might mean just finding that balance between how we deal with it once it's there, spending some time looking into it and then removing it, and just kind of taking on what the community gives back to us around what it looks like and the effect it's having on the communities.
So we've turned our mind to it, which is good.
Yes, we have.
That's good.
Councillor Roseburn.
Thanks, Mayor. This is more of an associated question. Since we've identified a number of areas inside the city that is exposed to illegal dumping, have we added them to our camera network so we can actually identify potentially the people who are repeat and enforce them, fine them?
The conversations have definitely been had across council in terms of who would be responsible for that and who would install it. I think it's just about finding the money effectively if we are confident enough to put it in places. And it's, even when we have got some CCTV footage, sometimes we found it challenging to actually enforce the bylaw, but it would be a good deterrent in places.
I see another INO paper coming here on budget for for CCT.
Martin.
I haven't, just as a follow-up, supplementary, thank you. So this is mainly around whatever avenue we go, it's going to cost the general ratepayer money, whether we're picking up the rubbish or whether we're trying to get them on film and try to, but I think if we get them on camera and start to identify them, it may be as great a deterrent as picking it up.
I was just going to ask if you could maybe send through information when you have time around the Brookfield one in particular, where there is CCTV according to the signs, and it's just horrific there, and it's spread out along over a big distance. So I'd be interested in if you've ever been able to use the bylaw to any effect there, or whether that is why people keep doing it, because I've watched people do it. I've gone over, you know, it's a very difficult situation. I understand that, but if there's any legal way of putting a disincentive there, I'd be very supportive of that.
Yep, I'm pretty sure we will have some information, and through the proposed changes to the Waste Act, there's going to be more powers and ability to take action through what the central government's doing, so yes.
Councillor Correct.
Just, excuse me, thinking of the diversion factor, if we take steps to put a camera there or rope it off, so to, you know, to deter people, wouldn't they just simply illegal dump somewhere else?
Potentially, and in terms of the waste business case that we're working through, we're going to look at finding that balance between affordability and accessibility as well. So we know that high costs at the transfer stations could likely increase the amount of illegal dumping, and so getting that right at the transfer stations, we're hoping to try address some of the illegal dumping. We spent just above 700,000 on illegal dumping cleanup in the last financial year, which is going up year on year, and it's a national problem. And so we've been working with Western Bay, for example, in the catchments where a lot of people have been illegally dumping into streams, and it's affecting our water supply. And so we've got programs in place with them to deal with that. And so we'll keep trying to unpack it and find the best balance between value for money and how we reduce the impact on the environment and the community.
All right, Councillor Baker is happy to move this. We'll take it in one if people are happy. Yeah, Councillor Schooler will second. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Baker?
No, great. Appreciate you guys hearing what's coming across the table and being proactive with what you're putting together while still maintaining a really good level of service for the people and our environment as well. So, mihana kia koutou.
Councillor Schooler.
Yeah, and I concur, and I think in terms of just that, it's a big number that is costing council, and it's just, recognising the work you're doing, trying to work out how to do that, but it's great to know that you're actually working with other councils to understand that as well. So, thank you for that. Councillor
Taylor.
Going back to item 1, just reiterating the importance of continued education on recycling. I think it's something that, economically you'd say it's probably not the wonderful thing. We're not sending too much to recycling. Quite a bit of it's going into the landfill, but I still think it's an important program that we do educate the future generations on the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think reiterate some of those comments. You know, this is striking a balance, I guess, because, you know, what's in the best interests of ratepayers is probably just to go all rubbish bins and take out the recycling. But, you know, we do want to keep that education going. We do want people to change their behaviour in order for this to work, and we'd like to see, you know, more stuff go back to recycling without being contaminated. So that's the challenge, I guess, to the community. You know, otherwise we'll look to more savings and turn them all into rubbish bins if behaviour doesn't change. And, you know, that's really the challenge, because, you know, there is a benefit to the environment and to our people if we can change that behaviour and actually make sure we're not not contaminating these bins. On the charity waiver, again, I think it's an important program for some fantastic organisations within our region that do great work. And it's great to see the work they do, and for us to support that in a small way is important. But obviously we've got to try to get rid of this illegal dumping. Just to put that in perspective, it's over $10 per ratepayer per year for people not behaving in the way that they should. So it's up to, again, our people, our communities to report anything you do see, because it is hitting you in your back pocket. For every person that doesn't follow the rules and dumps rubbish illegally is actually costing every person in the city. So it's important that we do change our behaviour and move on. I think this strikes a good balance where we do save some money, but also encourage that behaviour to continue and looking after our environment and our city. Councillor Kurak.
In the first item, I think it's a good compromise solution moving forward. It definitely makes sense. On the charity issue, it's just a symptom of a growing problem we have with hardship and cost of living crisis and low wage increases. People many live week to week, and they just simply haven't got the money to pay the quite exorbitant charges it would cost for them to take the rubbish to the tip. So it's, a lot of people would love to do the right thing, but they simply can't afford to. And so this is a symptom, and we will see it continue to grow as hardship continues to grow. So it's unfortunate, but even council rates, it's another $400 people have to find in their rates that they probably don't have. And so we might see, because of our rate rise, we might see more illegal dumping. It's crazy. And until something happens, and I don't know what it will happen, that's the situation, and we just got to bear with it.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I had taken my hand down, but just Councillor Kurak's made a point, I suppose, and I agree in part, but also there's an element of laziness and opportunism out there in the community. We're looking at, $250,000 saving, reducing to $165,000, but on the back end of that, like someone's mentioned, $700,000 and growing. So part of that education to the community, we have to figure out a way to get a message that it's just not right to do this. We're looking at saving money in one area, but we're going to accept potentially it goes worse the other. So, it's an area I hope we can get some real good education on both sides of that ledger for the community. But support this. Thank you.
All right, if that ends questions, happy to put the recommendation to the council. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Our next item is a proposal from Creative Bay of Plenty. It's page 197 of our agenda, and we've got Barbara will talk to this.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. Do you want to take it as read, or would you like?
Yes, sorry, we'll take it as read if there's any questions to anyone. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Thanks, Barbara. The total funding received from TCC by Creative BOP, it talks here about their current $175,000 per annum, but they are scheduled to get $265,000 according to the information we got on funding of community organisations. And according to that, in the last financial year, the current financial year, they got $265,000. In the last one, they got $221,000. Is that through separate contracts on top of their base community grant or whatever it's called?
Yes, sorry. Yes, they have been successful in receiving grants from council to run events as identified in the report. So significant, one-off targeted events that they run on behalf of council. I'd have to get the detail of how that adds up, but yes, they have.
No, that's clear enough because it shows they get another, another 90,000 from those various things.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just clarifying that point again. So these are for running events, they're not actually for their operational costs. So their operational cost grant is 175 per annum, which the increase we're talking about in this proposal is their operational costs.
Yes. So they'd still be in a position if they wanted to run an event of some sort to apply for granting through that community grants fund.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just looking through the submission and the issues and options paper, it's not clear what the extra deliverable would be from the extra funding.
So several years ago they had their fund cut in half and then increased by the 25k that's identified in the report. The reason we did that is because they were not delivering on their contract. I wasn't here at the time, but I understand that their resources got quite low. We were giving them money and not delivering. So when we did the annual review of this particular organisation, a decision was made to cut that in half. So what they've done over that period of time is they've increased their staff, they've increased their cover over the coordination they have in the arts community, and they've done that from their reserves. So what we're hearing now from Creative Bay of Plenty is that their reserves are almost depleted, and for them to continue at the level of support of the arts community, they would need some further funding, or if this request is declined, we would need to go back to them and talk to them about just what they're doing with the money they have available to them. So obviously it's an absolute choice on your part. The team do have a level of sympathy for the organisation because they do provide. They're not the group that actually on a day-to-day basis does the mahi. They're the group that brings all of those incubators, art societies together and provides that connection. They provide advocacy, they provide, they write submissions, very much like the social link, but in the arts world. So they're almost out of their reserves, from what I understand.
Right, Councillor Scholar.
So just thanks, Barbara, and thanks for the report. And I think we, from a balance perspective, also we've got a number of sporting amenities that we're putting up on the board, and I think we need to recognise that the city also likes arts and the creative sector. But just in terms of your comments when the funding was cut because they weren't delivering, can I have your view on how that delivery is happening now and how you think it will continue?
Look, I don't have the direct day-to-day dealings with Creative Bay of Plenty, but I do with our arts advisor and our director of the museum, and they sing their praises. They're saying that they're absolutely lifted the game and they're performing well. And I think from even listening to Annie that you have confidence that they are very passionate, and they have got the staff now that will support and will make sure that we get good outcomes from the group. We're also over the last year going to become a lot more tougher on ensuring, that wasn't good English, was it? We are going to become tougher on ensuring that the KPIs that each of these cornerstone grant receivers have are met. We've been a little bit casual in the years. I think that's how it got to the stage that it got to. Go back in 2020, we are getting firmer and we are having quite defined KPIs, and that's some of the work that we will present to the council later in a briefing session when we talk about the wider grant funding opportunities that we have.
Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor. Just going back to a point earlier from Barbara, the eating into their own reserves. Do we have an idea of the quantum of how much per annum of the reserve they've been using up? That might give us a good indication of.
I'd have to.
True
I
cost.
on me. I'd have to add that, provide that to you after.
Okay, we might just put that one up on the board. Councillor Rollison.
Yeah, so Pātai, I think I understand maybe in the last 2 years they brought in a new, I can't quite remember the name of the role, Toi Māori navigator, Ngā Toi Māori, which if we probably follow the logic, they've done that on a shoestring because they had a reduction in funding, but they've brought in this new role under that, which from what I'm hearing in the community and across it, and when I asked that question of the incubator, that's playing a significant role in here. Is that correct, what I'm saying? They brought that in at that, under a reduced budget, they've been able to bring that in. Yeah. Comment?
Yes, so you're correct. Initially the budget was reduced almost half, not quite as precise as Dan, from almost 300,000 to 150. It was then increased to the 25 to bring in that navigator role, and originally it was Kelsey that had that role. There's a new person, I'm not quite sure.
Aroha
Okay. And I understand that's been very successful. Yeah, on 25K.
Right, have we got any other questions? All right, this one we're not going to take. What we're going to do is just, I think, well, reading the room, yeah, we might improve in principle and take it forward because obviously it does have a budgetary impact. So just get a show of hands as to who may. Oh yeah, we can if you want to discuss. Yeah.
I mean, I don't doubt that they're doing good work. Like I don't have a problem with that. I think in response to Heme's comment, that was within. They've got 3 staff, and they had 3 staff before, I'm assured. So I think it was a reallocation of resources. They do get, like, they got 90 grand from TECT. They have got money from Bay Trust, both in the previous financial year, or the current one, I think. And so, like a lot of organisations, they're balancing between the philanthropic sector and council. So my understanding of the context for this, having attended a number of hui that were held by the City Council around how to fund community organisations, was that there were a few issues. One of them was the split between sport and recreation, environment, arts and culture, etc. Another one was the split between what council funds and what community organisations get elsewhere. Another one was the internal within the sector, whether the funding should go to, if you like, the traditional coordinating agencies, which this one would be, or whether it could go to what could be called grassroots kind of entities. And that all played out in different ways. But my view on this one is that what was clearly acknowledged by the council at the time was that there was a massive shift in funding for arts and culture. So there was a perception, which I think was quite valid, that Tauranga hadn't allocated a lot of resources to arts and culture compared to certain other things. And so there was a coordinated emphasis from the commissioners to try and right that. Some of that went through capital programs, so putting in Te Manuatake o Te Papa, half of that you could say might be arts and culture. Some of it was various other designs on, Cameron Road, etc., to do things that were a bit more artistic and cultural and heritage orientated. Part of it was the Public Art Framework Fund, which is I don't want to say the wrong number, 1.7 million in the financial year we're talking about for our annual plan. So that wasn't there before. So that's 1.7 million directly going to fund arts and culture that was not being spent by this council a couple of years ago. And then you've got the issue of what Barbara knows all too well, which is when the incubator submits, there are a mass invasion of the council chambers by hundreds of people supporting the incubator for that sort of grassroots activation of council facilities and their own arts and culture work. So in my view, when I weigh it all up, I can't kind of see this as a sort of just something to take out of context. I think we have to see it in context. And I actually think the value for money that the incubator brings to activate the historic village, and more importantly, to service the wider community. So Creative Bay of Plenty does great work within the arts and creative sector, but they don't, from all the conversations I've had, and I've had an awful lot of conversations on this, they don't have so much mainstream impact, whereas the incubator actually, you know, when you look at neurodiverse kids, when you look at people with disabilities, when you look at various ethnic minority groups, they have a massive impact on that, and they are quite cost effective at activating our facilities at the village. So I'd struggle to support this unless there was a massive cut in some other areas, because I think it's just not going to add up financially. Like, for us to say we're going to prioritise in the current context of an economic environment we're operating in, and the rates increase we're looking at, to put 1.7 million into public art funding, and to increase funding for Creative BOP, and to spend 10 million on shoring up the art gallery so that they can have a different access way, basically is what it all started from, and to spend 150 million on arts and culture in Te Manawataki, and to do a whole lot of other artwork from other funds that I got details of yesterday. Thank you, Barbara and Gareth. You know, that's a massive spend up within a couple of years, when we are having people at food banks, we're having people struggling socially, and I just can't support this prioritisation.
Right. Councillor Taylor.
To some of Councillor Crowther's points, I just wonder whether we can get some information we put on the board that could come back to us on other funding that they do receive, and maybe their budget, so we can get an understanding of how this whole thing fits together.
Specifically for Creative Bay of Plenty. Can I just add a comment about the Public Art Fund? I think that's a percentage over capital above ground build. So the 1.7, I'm just clarifying that will be a 0.5% when we decide what's in the capital project. It's not a set amount.
Sure, but we did find out yesterday, just to be clear to my colleagues, that it does include transport capex. So that 1.7 might, by my calculations, may be a bit low. Now that I know that, I didn't realise footpaths were regarded as above ground. So, I mean, obviously they are, but I was kind of think it meant vertical builds. But so I think we could be higher than that. You know, we've got a $500 million roughly capex spend, which is very little on waters, which is the only thing that the artwork is not for. So I think we're talking, whatever it is, it's a massive amount of money, and it's a massive step up for the art sector. So the conversations that Creative BOP had were supporting that, supporting the funding for Te Manawataki, supporting the art gallery funding. I just don't think they can have it every way.
Right, is there any other discussion? Yeah, Councillor Baker.
Yeah, I'd be supportive of having this progress to the next stage of cullings, per se. To some of Glenn's points, I agree that Incubator are awesome at what they do. There's no denying that fact, and I agree that we do need to look at the whole pie when it comes to our investments in any space. So in the context of arts and culture, when I think about a whole pie, I don't think about the art that goes on the wall. It's also about the capability involved in those projects. And as from what I understand, one of the clear differences between the likes of an incubator and the Creative Bay of Plenty's is Creative Bay of Plenty gets our capability to the point where they can stand on a platform like an incubator that they provide. We have a huge creative sector here, and I love seeing all our art, I love seeing all our culture, and it's important that we continue to provide a space for that capability to be built. And based on their submission, the service that they provide very much complements the likes of the incubators, and the capability that they will produce will continue to serve Tauranga into the future. They've got a lot of interest for their services that I just think are worth exploring, taking into account a lot of Glenn's very valid points. So I'd be supportive of progressing this forward, and if it needs to, diving a bit deeper. Probably just bearing in mind too, upon slight tangent, so shut me down if necessary. Sometimes, like, we're really good at deep diving into things that we can see, feel, touch, because it's what we know. But there's so much that we don't know around, other things around IT or what goes in the ground that are harder for us to probe and prod at, investigate, because we don't know or have the technical expertise. When it comes to the arts and culture sector, there's a whole bunch about the capability component that we aren't entirely aware of, and probably don't appreciate as much as what we do with what we see when it's in front of us, if that makes any kind of sense. So that's kind of some of the stuff that's anchoring my thinking. But yeah, anyway, tangent and waffle over.
Councillor Morris.
No, that was probably quite articulate and succinct compared to myself. I'm just wondering about the late 2025 review of funding and partnership agreements right across the board. I wonder if it's probably wiser to wait until that review in late 2025 has concluded and we know where all the pieces fit right across, not just the art sector, but other external grantees as well. I think that it would be more appropriate to wait until then, because that may be an interesting exercise in and of itself, and that may affect funding going forward too. So we may end up in a situation of over-promising here if we're not careful.
All right, so I'm happy just to in principle, do we take this forward, and just aware that that's not a commitment to supporting it. It's obviously part of that, a part of that process. But if that's not successful, then happy to take the motion as read, and we can vote it down if that's preferred. But in principle, are we happy to take it forward? Kev, are you supportive or not?
I tend to follow Councillor Morris's view that if there's a review coming up, certainly we'll cover a whole broader perspective, and just worried about over-promising now if there are going to be bigger changes. And so that's my main concern. If that is what we'll discuss in more detail after taking it forward, I'm happy to take it forward. But if we had to make the call today, I'd say I prefer we wait until the review to make any big decisions on this one.
Okay. Well, as it's in principle, I'm happy to take it forward, and we can have a wider discussion when we take the motion. Obviously, we're split on this one, but I think we'll take it forward, and obviously, it's not a commitment, but we'll discuss further.
Thank you, and I'll ensure some
we can get that
circulated as soon as
additional
we can.
information would be good. I'd be really keen actually just to understand all our, just the total quantum of all our grants and everything that basically goes to community organisations.
Yeah, we can. We've got that. We can recirculate that list, and yes, just for clarity, they obviously sought for an ongoing increase, and our recommendation was just to if you were of the mind to give them some money, to only do that for 1 year while we review that for the coming years.
And I think that is a wider chat that we need to have is around those grants and how we allocate those. Councillor Scholar.
I just want to add to that it would be good to get the list of any grants that our CCOs also give out, and I think they sometimes get
the ones that they give out.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're funding our CCOs and then they're given grants, that's one of the things that I think should be on the list of, actually it came from TCC and from the people of Tauranga.
certainly.
All right. Now we move on to Councillor Baker's favourite topic, transport connections for Welcome Bay and Ohauiti suburbs. This is on this is on page 200. The report is on page 200 of our agenda. And again, we're effectively looking at additional links, connecting Welcome Bay, Ohauiti and Oropi, just looking at some of those options. So I'm just obviously happy to take this again as read, but yeah, just wondering if we have any questions for staff. Got a war wound, Andy? So I have a question, I guess, around the roundabout Poiki Road. What work has been done there around potential interventions of like we've got down Elizabeth Street, those lights, etc. Because to me, this is the pinch point that if we actually sold the flow out, we may solve some of this.
So I'll kick off with an answer. Peter might be able to add further. Peter Siemensma is one of the senior transport planners in my team. But NZTA have looked at it. It is their intersection, their road, State Highway 29A, and they are about to look at State Highway 29A again and the whole State Highway network around the city through a strategic planning study that they're kicking off in July this year. But they have looked at sort of the priority around that intersection, and from their perspective they want to prioritise the state highway movements, not the local traffic movements. So they would see, and they have concluded that those sort of lights and things like that to provide priority to the movement going in or coming out of Ohauiti would not be something that they would be looking to implement. So they have considered that. Peter, is there anything further to add on that?
The only thing we're to add is that that same study also looked at other options other than metering, but those are very costly, and NZTA are not considering those at the moment. But as Andy said, that another study will start, and that's called the Tauranga Strategic Urban Network Plan. We reached out to NZTA to check this with them, and they said this plan will focus on the section of State Highway 29A from Barks Corner to Bay Park. And as part of this work, we'll need to understand how the area will evolve over time to meet its various transport functions, and that will include looking at each intersection which might need improving or upgrading, and that includes the Poiki Road, State Highway 29 intersection.
Yeah, I guess just from my observations of that area is, basically the state highway from the Mount side, that it just has a steady flow. It doesn't seem to be backed up very often, but it has a steady flow, and that steady flow means that coming out from Ohauiti, you just cannot get out because there's never a gap, and I feel like you wouldn't actually chop the state highway network up, particularly just having small gaps where those cars could flow out.
So that's something we can pick up with them again once they commence this planning work. They've said that they will involve us in that work, so we'll have that opportunity, and it's kicking off, sort of in the next couple of months' time.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you very much for the report. Mine's more of an associated question around schools and high schools. Will that transport NZTA plan coordinate the prospect of the school being built at Windermere, or are they going to put it more into Welcome Bay? Because I know originally there was a plan for a high school at Windermere. Is that going to be part?
Yeah, so there's no plans at the moment for any high schools in that part of the city, Windermere, Ohauiti, Welcome Bay. It's something that we have been engaging with the Ministry of Education on for at least the last 5 years, if not longer. yeah, their focus is a new high school out in that western corridor, that Tauranga area, and then relying on their other schools that they have in the network, boys, girls, etc. It's something we can raise with them again, but they have significant funding constraints. Probably the better bet, and what they recognise as well, is the need for a primary school, and potentially a primary school up to sort of that intermediate school age in that Ohawiri area. Previously, there were investigations that were quite significantly advanced into that, but more recently under the new government, given the budget constraints, it's had to go on hold. So NZTA won't be coordinating or leading those discussions. It's something we'll have to engage separately with the Ministry of Education on again.
Councillor Taylor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Roseburn, yeah.
Just on that, I'd like to see a comparison done between cost of roading versus costing of a new school and the impact of the reduction in transport flow would have on our network if we could put a primary school in a subdivision to stop that transport flow. It'd be nice to see that comparison that we can...
I mean, that's something we can do with these further investigations if that option is agreed as the way forward.
Councillor Taylor.
This is a bit of a rhetorical question. We've obviously got 15th Avenue Turret Road coming up and the study that they're doing. Will they be looking at potential impacts of that? Because I imagine everyone will redirect through into Papamoa Road when the bridge is closed. Like, is that something that study would encompass?
Are you referring to the NZTA study, or their study is probably more looking at the long-term kind of form and function of that network, not the shorter-term operational impacts of, you know, construction. I understand, and the transport team could comment on this more, but that's something that they're separately looking at and engaging, like integrating with NZTA on how to manage traffic during those difficult periods.
Yeah, team's doing a great job on that, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the Avenues residents' concerns about this thing and the Welcome Bay people. To me, it's something that they should put in the mix, even if it's just a cursory glance. I think it's something that's going to really affect us badly in 2 years' time, probably.
Just have a question around capacity. Obviously, you know, the recommended option doesn't have a financial cost, but it is significant staff time. Is there capacity to do this within the team with what else is going on?
Yes, we do have capacity. Over that 12 months period, it's not something we can turn around quickly, but it'll take a bit of time. But amongst other work we've got on, we can deliver that within current resourcing.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Yep.
Thank you. We had that excellent submission from the gentleman who was involved in NZTA Waka Kotahi years ago, and among the things that was in his submission, he was proposing a merge down on coming from Welcome Bay, Haidini, down towards Turret Road. Has any consideration, because I didn't really see it in the responses, has any consideration been given to his submission around, in particular, that merge, which he claims if the lane just went like that, it would improve traffic flow down there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not familiar with that submission or that suggestion. It's probably something better directed to Nick Johansson, but I could raise that with him and perhaps come back separately with an answer. But I might need a little bit more information. He just stepped out of the room earlier. If you could just let me know. Yeah.
All right. Can we have the recommendations up, please? And obviously in the report there's a little bit more detail around what this actually means, what they're going to do. So this again has no budget financial impact, but obviously it is we're asking staff to do some work, so there is an impact on the organisation, but I'm happy to see if we have a mover and seconder for this. Councillor Baker, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. All those in... sorry. You want any discussion? Yeah.
So just a question. I You suggested a change which I felt the staff were not all that open to in terms of just looking at traffic lights at a roundabout. So are you comfortable that that would be part of undertaking a high-level study? Are we being open enough about, and as Councillor Morris suggested, is this taking into account a little bit wider than specifically, one specific region area? I just wonder if this constrains it a little bit more, or are we comfortable that those things would be considered and looked at?
I hope, staff have hopefully got a direction, and I think that works in well with the NZTA undertaking the study. So I think hopefully staff will take that direction when doing that. But I think something like that is a low cost, potentially high impact proposition that we could not solve, but certainly mitigate some of the issues we have, without spending a lot of money. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Andy, the submission number is 827. I think the good man's name was Derek Stembridge, so add that to your notes. Certainly had some very good points on how to manage traffic flow, managing pinch points, which we've got a few of around the city. So yeah, I'm sure this will progress forward, but yeah, just 827 is the reference.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, we have actually discussed this at great length in the City Future Committee back in March, and all the different issues along that State Highway 29A were discussed at length, and this is kind of where this has come from. Different times of the day, that road has different issues at different points. Morning and afternoon, Oropi Road coming down out of Greaton tends to prevent traffic flowing along State Highway 29A, which then backs up to Puaki roundabout, which as a result traffic just cannot get out of Oauhiti. So there's lots of separate issues along that stretch of road that need to be looked at. So I'm very glad to hear that NZTA is going to start a very extensive study into how we can improve traffic flow along that road, and I definitely support this.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I think we need to go as wide as we can on this, in my view. I can kind of hear Councillor Baldock's words ringing in my ears from a decade ago, sort of talking about the Western Ring Road and everything, and no doubt 10 years before that, the same conversations. But we're, I think, under-egging how important this is. I think with the development of Tauranga, business estate, etc., we're just going to run into a big problem along that route, because NZTA does not seem to be in the right space around it. And I think that's partly because the previous government were obsessed about putting bus lanes up to Cameron Road, and I think it's the current government obsessed about putting in the bypass in Tauranga to the port effectively. But meanwhile, what will affect the people of Tauranga far more, in my view, based on the actual modelling from NZTA, is just the lack of anything being planned at all over the next 20 years along this route. It's just like, it defies belief to me that we're going to allow, and I mean, we're currently on the hook. Like, we are going to be going down in history the same way the commissioners talked about previous councils as being absolutely negligent, not doing what they should have done. And unless we do something, we're going to be in the same space. And I don't blame any of my predecessors, because the fault lies with NZTA, because they're just not putting the money where there's better bang for buck. And I think this study has to be more than just what's up there. It has to very quickly get to the point where, I mean, 150,000 is obviously not going to cut it, but it needs to get to the point where ideally we do something soon, but secondly, we get schools located where people in our communities need them, not where the government's perceived lack of funding, is putting them. And thirdly, we need to, whatever happens, we need to sort of get some improvements along that stretch, and that's far more important than putting in their $2 to $3 billion project, in my view, based on the evidence. So I think we need to do high-level conversations with ministers. We need to do strong approaches from staff. We need to have evidence base there, and we need to lift this up a notch. And the Transport Committee is behind that. We've had that discussion at the Transport Committee in principle. They all know how critical it is because most of those other people have been around longer than us. So I would urge everybody to get behind this in the bigger context, as well as to address the urgent local issues that this could support.
Sounds like a discussion with Tom Rutherford and advocating with a regional deal, so let's hope. All right, so I'll now put the motion to the council and ask all those in favour. Those against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We'll do our final item of this paper, and then we'll have a break. And the final item is funding for Papakāinga developments. It's on page 205, and I think we've got Stacey and Janine. We've got Fiona or just Stacey and Janine to talk to this. Thank you. Again, we'll take it as read, but happy to have any questions. Sorry, I just also note there is a separate attachment for this, and it's in section 7, and it's the art final statement of clarification, which links into this report for hopefully people have seen that. Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Let's start with that one. The clarification that came in, would you like to comment on their views of the report's failings maybe in general discussion?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So after reading the statement of clarification and meeting with the chair and vice chair, there are some substantive points in there that would negate some of those disadvantages in option 1. At the time of making this recommendation, that was not known. There was limited information pursued in the time given, but there is some supporting evidence in there that would negate some points in the disadvantages.
So you think their points are valid and we should adjust for those?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, you think the points they've made are valid and that our report should be adjusted in those terms?
Yeah, we would definitely advocate for some of those points to be included and negated.
I note that we currently have, we're currently supporting this area. I think we've got, sorry, I'm trying to think what the title of the role is, Papakāinga coordinator or supporter? Advisor. And, we do some work in this area. And have some budget to support that. So is this just not working? What is, why have we got this request if we're already going down that pathway and supporting this?
Sure, I'll take the comment. I think there's a couple of things to bear in mind, and noting also that there was a memorandum put to the elected members about additional barriers to Papakāinga. So currently we have the Papakāinga toolkit, we have a Papakāinga advisor, support within expertise in-house within the team, and development contributions. But some of those can't be obtained because it's almost like a carrot behind a glass wall. They actually can't get there because of the first few points in the memorandum that you've been provided. In particular, mana whenua are not well resourced to build capability and bring those kaupapa forward to the council. They also have a long distrust with councils and public organisations anyway. And the Papakāinga advisor builds a bridge between those bringing that mana whenua insight and input directly with the trust and hapu to the council door so that we can address those where they wouldn't come automatically themselves.
Okay. And then, so, this is just to get this clear, this is saying that we are going to administer, the recommendation is we are going to administer a $200,000 fund effectively to support Papakāinga housing. Obviously, this came about from the RRO tangata operational services asking for 150,000. So how does that differentiate as to what they would do and what we would do?
Yeah, great question. So again, it's probably in the context of the top of that report where Araro Tangata made a submission, and that was supported by Te Rangapu. There was also 2 additional submissions with requests to infrastructure and other challenges on Māori land. Option 3 sought to take a joined-up approach to not only take a present view but look at it from a connected point of view, where one is about capability and capacity building and bringing those trusts and services to the door, and another is looking at some current barriers to particular land blocks.
Councillor Rolliston.
Tēnā koe, tēnā kōrua. Thank you. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of Araro Tangata are probably indicating that they are wanting to go into that space that council are finding it difficult to currently penetrate. Whereas the work that the Papakāinga advisor, and I think I'm correct, the Papakāinga advisor isn't an employee, but is a contractor, external contractor, part-time, is probably dealing with those that are nearly ready to go, the Kaitamakos, the Wairo, which I think the Tangata Whenua Committee heard recently, the Teretes and Judea. So that's my first question, is the differentiation, am I right in my indication of where the differentiation is between what Araro Tangata are proposing and the work that we're probably doing internally? Is that...
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of overlap, but it is a joined-up approach. So as is in the advantages of the options, and in particular option 1, it's a mana whenua-led approach. So this is on the basis that mana whenua know what mana whenua need, and they are tending to those needs by bringing those people together and getting them ready before they approach council in tandem and support with the Papakāinga advisor.
And so my second question is, Te Rangapu, you said they endorsed the Te Araro Tangata proposal. I think the point came that when we've got an internal proposal as well, an option to do some things internally, has that been tested with Rangapu as well, Te Rangapu?
Yeah, there was an introduction made to have a kōrero tahi. At this stage, the preference for Araro Tangata is option 1. We haven't heard otherwise from the chair of Te Rangapu, mana whenua, any different, or a preference for option 3.
Okay. And if you don't mind, one more, and it's more a technical question, coming sort of late to the party here. There's an elder housing fund which this is proposed to come out of. I think the report indicated that there was 200,000 that was a project that didn't go anywhere. Was that a Māori housing project, or was that not? And probably a technical question from finance perspective, is this it's operating, but is this rates or not? If their funding is approved, is this going to go bottom line onto the rates? I'm trying to understand the elder housing fund. So there's a question around that money that didn't happen, and I guess probably a broader question around this. I think 5.4 million. I think I've seen that's sitting there. That's unspent.
Yeah.
It's quite technical.
Yeah, so that's probably a Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. So the elder housing fund is held in reserve, so it won't impact rates directly in terms of money coming out of that reserve.
And the question on what was their project that we are indicating that we're basically going to use the money that wasn't used. Was it a Māori housing project or something totally different?
Was that around the, that was Cameron Road, was it? Or was it?
As I understand, it was money set aside along the Te Papa corridor, so it wasn't for Māori housing. So we're looking to use some of that money to better support Māori development or Māori Papakāinga developments.
And what do we think this is going to get us? Like if we spend $200,000, what are we going to get for that?
Well, we have suggested that we take some direction in-house, so that we bring this in-house and take your direction to allow elected members and mana whenua to specify where you'd like to see it go, and in particular potentially tagging some of those funds for Te Ararau tangata. I think putting that question back is nothing changes if nothing changes. At what point are we going to start trusting mana whenua to empower their own solutions? And the current status quo is not enough. So our option 2, which is what we currently have in services in-house, we're not advocating that we keep it the same. Because currently, as we said, with the development contribution grant, for example, they're unable to attain that because of those barriers to get in here.
Yeah. Well,
so
I guess,
capability building, there's some, sorry, Mayor.
No, that's great, because what I want to see is I want to see Papakāinga housing be delivered. I think we've had this discussion a number of times, and if that's what I would like to see from this, that we can see some tangible benefits, that we're actually seeing this being delivered, because we've been out onto many marae and we keep hearing around the difficulties and the issues that they have, but there doesn't seem to be a solution. So, I'm very supportive of this if it's going to directly influencing us delivering Papakāinga housing, and we're enabling that. So that's probably that's my steer, is I want to see if we're going to put money in and invest, that we see some results, and we see some of these projects actually take flight and deliver more housing, because it is a big priority for the city. So. Yeah, Councillor Curran.
Tēnā kōrua. Janine, firstly, congratulations on your appointment or secondment. It's nice to see some talent from this organisation go to central government. But in terms of the theme, the scheme and the concept, what's your level of confidence that this will come up with some tangible material, deliver a difference in terms of houses on the ground? Gut feeling and knowing what you both know, what's the level of confidence that this will achieve what the aim is?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of comments I'd like to make. Again, nothing changes if nothing changes. I'll probably draw your attention to the memorandum that was provided by Te Ararau tangata and who the trustees are on their capability and skill set, noting that they have been in operation since, not to re-deliberate their annual plan submission, but noting they have been in place since 2019, unresourced in this work and trying to create traction, but they did provide further project plan and milestones and some guidance about how they would plan to provide traction and impact. We didn't have that initially until quite recently, so I think back to the carrot behind the window, nothing changes if nothing changes.
Thank you, Stacey, but your level of confidence, personally, from what your knowledge and relationships, and your level of confidence that this will deliver. High, medium? Because from my perspective, it's difficult. We've got a request here, and it's hard to know, and money is precious. I know around development contributions, they are barriers, but they're barriers to non-Māori as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to draw your attention back to the context. The barriers are different. Māori mana whenua don't have land which they can leverage against or put risk against. So a number of the efforts that have been made do have value already, even though they can't see. And asking that question to be fair, does raise some cultural risk, because it does imply that they're not trusted to deliver their own solutions. What I will say is that capability building is low anyway. So it is an investment in there, but there are particular deliverables that I think need to be seen not in isolation. So one part is the funding for Araro Tangata, another is seen along with infrastructure, for example.
If I can, sorry, just add to that, my experience in working with the different land trusts and hapu in marae across the city is that each hapu is in a different position and they have a different barrier. And at this point in time, we have a lot of hui kōrero in terms of what those barriers are, but we don't have the funding available to help them move into that next part of the process. So that Papakāinga toolkit nicely puts it on paper, all the different steps, and each of those land trusts are a different step, but at each part there is a kind of a role that council can play or could play if we chose to help that land trust move on to that next stage. And you'll see that Papakāinga, as Stacey has stated, that Papakāinga development contributions policy is not being spent because all of the land trusts can't get to that key stage. And what we want to see is them get to that point where they can apply for that contribution, because once they're at that stage, they're ready to start building and you'll start to get houses on the ground.
Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you both. I've got a question around the community funding from the council that for this financial year, the 1.77 million for Papakāinga grant. Can you clarify like who that went to and how that fits into the overall, the broader situation here?
Yeah, I'll take the first comment, and it's probably something that we would need to provide in-house off public record, because there is some confidentiality that's involved in terms of providing the who, but a list has been prepared. Essentially, they are to Māori who require a house on Māori land, and the development contribution, and I will note that that amount is slightly adjusted. It's actually less than the 629,642, and is in actual fact 401,46201. But is that roughly 27 firms on Māori land? We'll come back to you on that, but we have been preparing a list for you.
So can you just clarify, that's for to not have to pay the development contributions to enable Papakāinga to happen? So it's nothing to do with a strategic, it's just for specific whānau who are in the process of developing their land to get Papakāinga?
Correct. One direct reduced barrier, which is paying that development contribution that a traditional developer would pay.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, guys. Supportive of your recommended option 3, the one disadvantage you've got there is a timing thing. Is there anything council could do to speed that process up without risk of sort of sounding like rape?
Takawainga Council would recommend that you provide some clear provision right here, right now, so that we could take that back in-house, bringing it forward to the next meeting, which I anticipate September, for sign-off, and there's a bit of a process in there that we're suggesting about having a workshop pretty immediately after these deliberations, so that we can identify that. The main concern there is that there's time slippage, and that setting an agenda and a criteria about what that looks like in the past experience of the development contribution has been up to a year. And so it's just to really bring that focus and urgency about getting that support to where it's needed most.
So again, very supportive, and I'm quite impatient, so hopefully we can push some of these things forward.
Okay, well, I think, again, the devil's in the detail. We need to, and I think that workshop would be positive because we need to make sure that this is linked directly to seeing houses or plans come off the ground, and so we see Papakāinga housing delivered, and I think that's the key thing. We've heard that there's a little bit of a slippage, I guess. There's a fund there to help with development contributions, but getting there is the challenge. So want to see some direct results. Probably where I'm at is I'd like to see this being 200,000 for a year, where we get to review after that time. Obviously, that's just to make sure we're going in the right direction and give us a review time when we can either change or reassess how that's going. So if we could just have that recommendation up. I'm happy to move that we allocate 200. Being in the funded from, so that's all good. And then when we get right down to the end, with a review,
before the end.
Yeah. With a review for I don't know what to say, before allocating a further, yeah. Yeah. So I'm happy to move that. Again, obviously this is not coming from a rates funded thing. It's coming from a separate fund, but I think it's worth supporting. Councillor Taylor will second that. Yep. And is there any discussion? Yep. Councillor Rolleston, you got there first.
Yeah, I guess I just want to be clear that if we are approving this and the consultation happens with Araro Tangata and it feels like that is the appropriate way to channel some funds, then that could be an outcome. Because I think basically in option one we've said no to the 150, but this is possibly an and. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
I think we, again, taking up stuff that Stacey said there about unless we do something different, we're not going to get a different result. So I agree with that. I also look at the money we have in an interest-bearing account that's not actually doing much good for the community. So taking a small portion of that to actually move this along, I think is a positive step.
Councillor Kurak, and then we'll go to Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I will support it.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Baker. Yep. Yep. Now go.
Thank you. And in reading the report and hearing the verbal responses to the questions, I will support this. I think there are pretty much insurmountable barriers. Well, hopefully there won't be insurmountable, but there are high barriers to deliver Papakāinga. And, on the scale of the quantum of money we're talking about here, it could, if it delivers some significant benefits in terms of providing housing, and further to my comments earlier around the issue of hardship and affordability, we all know that housing is critical, and in Tauranga we have got a serious housing issue. So if this can deliver some more housing in an affordable fashion, and using a small amount of money to help trigger and deliver that, I think it's a positive outcome for the community. So I certainly hope it will be achieved, because it'll be helpful in terms of benefiting those that need it most.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I had my hand up a little bit earlier, so hopefully what I say is nothing contradictory to what's up there. Just a comment from Stacey earlier about potentially a bit of an overlap between what happens in-house. Just wondering if it's not worthwhile to make sure that alongside this, we make sure that the clear scope and role of each party is really clearly defined, so there isn't overlap and there isn't inefficiency and waste as we go through trying to deliver, an unlock and deliver on a pretty important area that, as we've seen, very few houses have been able to be built in the last few years. But I just really want to make sure we're addressing that efficiency right through. There's not two people doing the same thing. Don't know whether that needs to be worded in, but otherwise we'll support.
No, good comment. I think we can deal with that at the workshop. Councillor Baker, no? Okay. Now I'll therefore put the resolution to council and ask all those in favour, those against. That is carried, thank you. So that ends 11.6 for where we're at today. Obviously one carried forward, so thank you. We've got through quite a bit. We're just going to take a 13-minute break. We'll come back at 11:20 and we'll talk connecting Mount Maunganui at that time. Will be a shorter session because we need to break for lunch and be ready to go for the Aquatics network at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you at 11:20. All right, now we are going on to 11.7. I note that in the main agenda, this is just a page directing you to an alternative part. So we've got supplementary agenda number 5. And that is starting on page 4 of the report. Obviously, we've dealt with this. We've dealt with this a number of times, and I'm happy to take this as read. But again, ask any questions that may come to mind. My first question is, we talk about IFF funding for this. One is, have we investigated whether that is a possibility? And 2, would that have any impact on rates or our budgets around the balanced budget?
In terms of investigating if we can do it, it's a fairly complex process to work through. So we certainly have started the conversation, but would need to work through a process in order to adjust our program with the IFF program. In terms of the second question, it would be within the 177 million IFF transaction, so there'd be no impact on levies or rates or anything that goes with that. Yeah.
Okay, so if we weren't able to fund it through IFF, then it is going to have a direct impact on our rates and our balanced budget?
It certainly will have an impact on balanced budget, which is given that it would be operational expenditure for us and therefore going through that line, so that would be the biggest implication. Yep.
All right, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Are you suggesting that whilst the government itself, the NZTA, would not fund the NZTA portion, so therefore it would become OPEX, are you suggesting there's a chance that the CIP, or whatever they're called now, would have a different set of rules so they could actually fund the NZTA portion, and so we wouldn't have the 1 million OPEX? Because that's what I thought I heard.
No. It's just changing the order in council, which reflects the projects that sit within the IFF levy at present. That would be where that we'll be looking at a change there. So it's still, it wouldn't change the funding balance though.
So given that we would be using IFF funding for this project anyway, it would just bring forward $1 million of that, but it would still have the rates impact of $1 million, which is 0.3% of rates increase, basically, for the financial year if we proceed.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Councillor Baker.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the case, and so far it's purely just about transport, which I get, but are we doing any complementary and, in my opinion, necessary works with Whareroa to help support them in their aspirations? Because any work on Hewlett's Road is just another nail in the coffin for that particular community.
So at the moment, the project from the indicative business case is effectively on pause. So at this stage, there's no further works ongoing in that space. However, acknowledging where the project got to, that would 100%, if the project does proceed to that next phase, that would definitely be a key component of understanding and interaction through that next phase of project development.
Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. It may have been asked and I didn't quite pick up on it, but if we're bringing forward budget from a later year to look at this? What's the rating impact on the current financial year? So if there's in recommendation B talks about, once those funding options are clear, bringing something forward. Now, is that forward from a later year to 26, 27 as opposed to 25, 26?
So at this stage, the intention would be to bring or to develop the project in alignment with the DBC timings to enable that detailed business case to be developed in advance of the 2027 NLTP, which was the desire from council to achieve that. It would need funding in the 2025-26 financial year. What has been or through the financial analysis which has been undertaken is there is no ability to bring the funding forward at this stage and maintain a balanced budget without significant co-funding, and so there hasn't been an assessment to my understanding of what rates implication would be in bringing that funding forward. To date there is no ability to maintain the balanced budget, and we will look to address that through a future funding report, which will be proposed to come back to City Futures Committee following further external co-funding discussions.
Supplementary, so it's not anticipated there'd be any change to the rating numbers that we're looking at for this financial year. In order to do that, it'd be a reprioritisation in order to fit it in?
Yes, that's correct. That would be the intent of the subsequent report.
I'm just aware that potentially we've got some money coming back from PEI contingency. Touch wood. So that, like, if that was to be released, that contingency, could that effectively, because I see there's a potentially a $1 million capex and $1 million opex, could that potentially be used to fund this? Is that?
There's probably some technical difficulties with that because it's funded. We'd have to look at the funding stat because the HIF, I think it was at the time, was used primarily for council to fund its portion of that. So whether or not we'd be able to use that, it's potentially.
In the updated 10-year capex table, 5.1 mil of contingency for PEI Phase 3 has already been baked into those numbers.
Okay.
So that has already come through that internal submission or exec report summary back to you.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing is effectively, what we've already kind of decided to get here is that actually this is one of the key projects of the city. I am conscious that we want to take this forward. I'm also, in the back of my mind is we're looking for external funding and potentially there's an opportunity there from other organisations around the city as well as a regional deal again could present an opportunity, I guess, to have this conversation and seeing it's so important. But I'm personally very positive about this project and see the need for it. So I think we should sort of proceed forward, noting that there isn't a rating. We're going to take this from other budgets. But yeah, Councillor Morris.
No, I'm just slightly triggered,
so I'm very supportive of this again, seeing that there is no impact on rates. I'm comfortable supporting this. Yeah. So, Councillor Crowther. Yeah.
I guess it just seems a little bit of a different approach to everything else we've done because we've kind of put something up there and we're going to come back and we're going to look at the, where the money. I know there's not a decision right now in terms of in case there's external funding coming, but we can kind of see the possibilities mean that it's highly likely to be some OPEX implications. I'd just like to understand a bit more about what is the finance team thinking in terms of the loan-funded OPEX that could be deprioritised, because I'm just concerned for everything else we've sort of had that very transparent, and this one doesn't seem anywhere near as transparent.
Yeah, through the chair. So the reason being is that it would put us into an unbalanced budget situation straight away. And what we're doing through this is understanding that full funding stack and the options before we come back and make those decisions. So that was the intent of why it was treated differently, without actually having the clarification on that funding stack at this point.
So if it is, say, $1 million or whatever, will that come back when we're having our deliberations, the final, whatever you call it, the final approval of the plan at that meeting, or are you saying that wouldn't come back till the July?
My understanding, it will be post the adoption of the annual plan.
Because I guess just bearing in mind what the Mayor sort of has said, which is to kind of have as much transparency as possible about what we're sort of signing up to. Are you confident that there would not be any negative implications for the city if we didn't proceed with something else? Because I just have no idea. I've got no visibility of what that might be, and it is a significant chunk of OPEX.
There's a number of pieces to that puzzle that we need to work through, including potential conversations with LGFA around a transaction like this that they've indicated that they will discuss with us in terms of its implications on the balanced budget. So I know that's not a particularly exhaustive answer, but what it's saying is that we've still got quite a bit of work to do to actually get that through, but we are as confident as we can be at this point that we can get it to work and still remain within our covenants.
So with this, obviously this is a NZTA project, so are we going to take control of that business case? We'll be in charge if we proceed?
Yeah, we would. So we would lead it, and they have offered personnel assistance and subject matter expertise along the way, but we would pick it up and run with it. So up until this point, they led the indicative business case, which was approved by Council and NZTA Board. And it was the intention for them to lead this phase as well, but with no funding. We would pick it up and lead it and drive it, and they would support in kind. And of course, it isn't a given. We do have a lot of work to do to get funding partners to come on board with this, and I guess that's why we're treating it as a possible, and that if we were to find those contributors, then we would also have to come up with our contribution, which we would then do within the program. And there's some decision making, like Paul says, to be made around that. How we would fund that.
So just to clarify, the ask today is not approving the funding because we're still waiting on options. Is that correct? We're basically approving taking this forward to continue to investigate it, knowing that there may be some implications of funding for this next year. Is that?
Yeah, well, we're asking for the scale of the investment, and that with a commitment from us to manage it within the program, that you would be would approve that level of investment to the business case.
Resolution's not clear enough.
Yeah, I think that doesn't probably reflect in the recommendation. So.
Through, yeah, I think we need to be very clear. The cost of the business case and our commitment, subject, or on the proviso that we'll continue to seek funding partners, and that we will report back on, if you like, how we manage this within the balanced budget conditions that we have. And so I think there needs to be a commitment to the funding on the basis that we report back on how we manage it.
So we'll...
Yeah.
So we can draft up a D to the recommendations to clarify that, and if we can leave it on the table for.
Yeah, we can bring this back.
Yeah. Okay. So, is there any other questions? We might as well deal with any other questions and discussion around this project before we let it lie. Yep, Councillor Roseburn.
This isn't really a question, it's just a statement of support. We've had this several times now in Council and the City Futures Committee and multiple other committees, Smart Growth, we've all dealt with this. We've all agreed that this is an essential transport program for Tauranga, and I want to keep it moving, so I'm prepared to support it into a business case, bearing in mind that we are looking for external funding to support this business case, and staff is working very hard to get that funding for us. So, but in general, given the commitments that we're given, especially with our regional deal, that this is on that regional deal, I'm also conscious of the signals that we may send if we don't support this.
Right, any other discussion? Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Yeah, I do support this, and I also want to acknowledge that local government in this instance is doing its part, but I think that given this has major impacts on the state highway network, I think it's time for central government to do theirs. I appreciate that NZTA is an independent board, but our ratepayers are expecting us to do the basics brilliantly, and I think that they don't expect to pay for state highway work when that should be something which central government should be focused on. So in terms of external funding, this is really something that central government has a responsibility for, because it is affecting a corridor of national significance to New Zealand. And I don't think it's right that central government doesn't do its part when local government has done its part in this case.
All right, thank you. So we're going to get some alternative resolutions, so therefore I'll move that we let this lie on the table and ask if it's...
We'll bring it back.
Yeah, and we'll just come back with an alternative resolution that just makes it clear as to what we're doing, and maybe the next step as to how this would be approved or not, once we get some of that information. So I'm happy to move. We've got a seconder. Councillor Baker, thank you. And all those in favour of letting this lie on the table? Aye. Are those against? That is carried. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we might flick to 11.11, which is transport resolutions. It's on page 235 of the main agenda. Hopefully this is a shortish one.
Yep. I agree. I hope it is a shortish one. And while we do this and stick to transport, Chris might be able to draft the alternative resolution to the previous paper, and we could close that out before lunch as well.
Cool.
Transport resolutions number 55. As you know, anything we change on the network needs to be enforced, so it's covered by a bylaw, and there are two main issues today. Prohibited stopping and standing of vehicles around bus stops. Buses veering in and out of bus stops have created problems around the city, and where there's cars parked too close to the bus stops, they can't get in, but actually have to stay in lane, which creates unsafe situations for public transport users. So there's a number of those that we're proposing around the city. And secondly, we have introduced some prohibited stopping and standing of vehicles in cul-de-sac heads. and that's for the purpose of curbside collection, basically. And we've had this trial, we've trialled it in a number of spots around the city. We've had it running for a few months, and it seems to be working really, really well. But we would like to be able to enforce it too, if necessary.
Have we got any questions? I do like all the pretty pictures. Councillor Crowther.
How are the cul-de-sacs notified and ultimately enforced? Or is it just you sort of hope the community just gets behind it? And
Yeah, pretty much. We did some initial engagement before we started the trial, and it seems to be self-regulating, really. Yeah, yeah.
My other question was, I sort of know the Otamotai examples with Grange Road and Tilby Drive, and when these resolutions come to us, like I sort of checked my memory, so I went to Google Maps, and it looks like the yellow lines are there, and that's what I'd sort of thought from memory. But do you sometimes, is it a matter of having to refresh them, or I'm just a little bit lost in terms of why, if there's a physical marking and what seems to be described as the area, does it sometimes not, would it not have passed through this process before or something?
Yeah, so there are instances where we pick up from time to time where that has happened. There's been markings that weren't actually covered in a bylaw.
Right.
And yeah, it's not foolproof, but we're trying to cover those as much as we can. But you're right, it is it needs refresh from time to time, but we are, as we do that, we are also finding that some of those aren't actually covered.
Right, any other questions on this? No questions? Okay. Therefore, could we just have the recommendations put up? If everyone's had a chance to read that, have I got a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. Was there any discussion? No discussion. Therefore, I'll put that motion to council, that all those in favour, those against, that is carried. All right, well, that was nice and quick, so thank you.
I'm not sure that would have given enough time for Chris to finish his resolutions.
That's fine. I think maybe we'll hand over to Jeremy, because I think if we got a couple of our whiteboards.
There are a couple of answers that I've had so far. The climate annual, so now I've got to find.
Jeremy, come up to the table, Mike.
Yeah, I'm trying to search and rethink and everything else as well.
Just turn that off.
Yeah. So while he's finding that one, I just had this email back from Alison, which I haven't cleared through Barbara, and she's not in the room, so we're just going to go with it. On the Portaloos, I had a quick look and approached Hire Pool. Their charge for 4 plus 1 accessible, which is what we were talking about yesterday, 4 ordinary Portaloos plus an accessible one, including cleaning for 6 months, is $42,000, noting that Netball only asked for 20. So that's what would happen if we went to Hire Pool tomorrow afternoon. And to purchase, Hire Pool pays $1,800 per toilet. That's for a standard one. They couldn't tell us the accessible one. I don't know why. And as Alison said, I think it'd be fair to say they probably get a discount. So what the retail to us is for an individual one, maybe more than 1,800. But it looks like we could probably purchase them for around 10 grand for 4 standards plus the price of an accessible. Servicing, they reckon then would be 3,640 for that period. So it would be cheaper to buy and own, locate, get them cleaned. It's still around about, well, 10,000 plus 3,006 plus the accessible purchase one, which is going to be more than 1,800 plus the discount there. So it's probably been close to that 20 grand for the 6-month season, but we'd end up with the Portaloos ourselves at the end of it, and therefore could be used somewhere else next time around. So that's the report back on that one. Nick?
Yeah. Thank you. No, that's really useful, and I think that just I agree. I think that makes quite a difference. We've got lots of sports. Mount Cricket Club, for example. To have a Portaloo, and might be an opportunity that we actually deliver it at a different way. But so that was Highpool servicing them, was it? Or
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
It doesn't say who's servicing them, but servicing.
Yeah. Is this something that you'd like me to have a conversation with our city operations team to see whether or not it's something that they are in a position to take on?
Yes, please.
Well, interestingly, we are taking back the responsibility for servicing our own public toilets as of 1 July, and so I think we have somewhere in the order of 119 public toilets across the city, and so we'll have a small team that take ownership, care and responsibility for that as of 1 July. So this potentially is something that they could also pick up.
I guess the issue's just the pumping in and out. That's probably the issue that might need an outside help. Don't think we need to have a whole truck, but all right, thank you. That's very useful. So.
Okay, so the top one there, the changes to the climate AIP budget. Councillor Crowther asked the question what made up the reductions, and that's $800,000 all up, divided into 4 different categories. There's leadership, land use, people and communities, and natural environment. And the one under leadership is $50,000 reduction for rangatahi engagement. So that's basically work programs with schools, universities and rangatahi. That's, for instance, paying for summer students, interns, doing research projects, that sort of thing, on climate and sustainability and environmental topics. And that's then delivered by local students. So that's 50,000 of reduction there. The second one is a land use one, which is $150,000 reduction in terms of eco-design and consultations. That's what we do there, or did, or we're aiming to do rather, providing homeowners, builders and architects with free eco-design consultation. And that was a 2-hour consultation basically per residential home to create warmer, healthier homes. So we got the top team on board here, and 100. And 150,000, which is a program to incentivise residents to install rainwater tanks. No trouble. Under people and communities, community and school resilience projects, 200,000, support to community groups and schools to deliver resilience projects and improvement in the community via the Climate Action Fund and the School Sustainability and Resilience Fund. And that's the latter one is through the Bay of Plenty Regional Council.
So what was that? What was that one?
200,000.
200,000.
And we're not taking that away altogether, but it's a reduced scope.
Are all of those reduced, or some of them are complete, like the rainwater tanks?
No, sorry, that's the previous one. The previous one.
Sorry, but are they all the ones we've talked about? Are they just reduced, or are they?
No. So the previous ones are gone. So this one, okay, I'm calling this one out because this one is a reduction one. And the reduction was, so for all of these, we have, and I sent this to Glenn yesterday afternoon, pretty much after the question was asked, because when we did the analyses, we did a bang for buck type analysis of what we took out in relation to the whole of the AIP program. So these were deemed to be sort of the least benefits overall, and that's why they dropped off. And then 50K to support iwi hapu to perform geotechnical hazards assessment and climate change impacts on their marae and urupa. And natural environment, the last one, that's green infrastructure, wetlands and plantings and free tree day. So the implementation of green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, wetlands and plantings to increase resilience in Tauranga. So that's a
So what was that last one? How much?
200,000.
200,000.
So that's a summary of the reduction to make up the 800K all up that we've taken out of the action and investment plan.
So the tree day, is that's still existing in the current year? Is that taking it out of next year?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Is there any questions on that? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Just being nosy.
Oh, Jen, sorry.
Sorry, good to go. You mentioned the design consultation. Was that ever much of a take-up on that? Just out of interest.
Oh, you just turn yours off, Rod. Yeah.
Yes, it has started, and we've been working in with the building consents team so that it can happen at that stage when people have come in to get advice when putting designs together, as Nick mentioned.
Has it much uptake?
I wouldn't know numbers, I can let you know, but people have definitely taken interest in it. Yep.
Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
I guess I would think it would be helpful to do what Barbara and I were sort of talking informally before about my comment yesterday to her with regards to nature biodiversity. And I think you were part of that, Nick, too, where she was sharing the potential to sort of look at a broader picture of the package, because there is overlap, and I think there's also overlap for me, like putting in rainwater tanks could be a really amazing thing to incentivise, because it's not like we're giving everyone a free tank, we're just giving a financial incentive, and it will have benefits for the city, especially in the long term. But to me, it's not. Like, you could stretch it and say it's climate, but I think it's every bit as much just the fact that there are more people using more water, and we have some weather fluctuations from year to year as opposed to climate change itself. So I'm not sure all this stuff is sitting in the right budgets. You know, like, so for instance, eco-design, I think in a way that should be a sustainability initiative that's, you know, it's dubious whether it will have a big impact on climate change or be responding much to climate change, but it will potentially have a significant impact on the well-being of communities, on the energy efficiency of the city, on all these other things. So I'd rather have sort of like a holistic view of it in the workshop that was potentially talked about yesterday, and sort of just see where all these things sit and whether we see a better way of getting bang for buck from some of this stuff.
Just quickly in response to that, yep, there is a little bit of overlap, and I think where that comes from is effectively the actions talk to increasing resilience and reducing emissions, and some of the programs we have under the biodiversity AIP align very closely, and so that's what we've added on to enhance those rather than kind of two sets of budgets sitting in two places doing exactly the same thing. It's to get the best of what we could has come out of that, but we're definitely open to that workshop and talking about sustainability initiatives versus climate initiatives because it's the sustainability team and climate change sits within it. So there is a bit of that, what's climate change, what's sustainability.
I guess my comment, just for example, just picking up on the water tanks is, have we explored the option of actually going out and negotiating 15% off from the water tank supplier to say, look, if you go and you put in a TCC code that you actually, so you are still getting a significant discount, because we're pushing you that way rather than us actually contributing.
Yes, and that's what the program that we've effectively stopped was doing for the last 13 months or so. There were reduced costs for commercial and residential sites, free quotes, reduced cost for the actual tanks themselves. We had a local Tauranga-based supplier of those tanks that was on board. We funded a lot of marketing and campaigning around it, created a website, created factory tours. Given the economic climate, as it were, we didn't hit the sales target that we were after, and so we and it was a funding agreement, and so we're working with them about whether or not that carries on.
So that the 150K that that was around marketing the program rather than actually contributing to each tank that was...
Both. So we have a breakdown of marketing costs and contribution towards the incentives that came with every tank that was installed, yes.
Okay, because it's pretty normal business practice that you'd get a free quote and, like I'm just saying if we're pushing them that way that, like a 15% discount, for example, is still a good deal for our people, but it doesn't cost us anything, and I think I'm supportive of that relationship continuing, but just without us contributing those incentives. So.
Yeah, I agree. It would be, some of the packages included things like free pumps and quite big setups, and so for it to be economical for that group, though, we would need to invest a bit, but yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. All right, is there any other questions? All right, thank you for answering that. Have we got Connecting Mount Maunganui, or is that still in?
Yeah, the jury's still in, is still out.
Okay, no, that's fine.
What we would suggest is we've got some proposed, what we're looking to do is to actually change the IFF drawdown for next year, which would mean that will come through our grant line, which would offset and then leave the balanced budget intact. But we just would like the time just to confirm that with...
Yeah, no, that's no problem. We'll hold that. What we might just do before lunch is if we go back to 11.6, we had a couple of confidential items, but there is one that we could potentially bring into the open if we like, and we could discuss that. So that is the first one regarding APL. We're on, it's the publicly excluded attachments. And page 4. So I'm happy to move that we bring, what do I explain it as? Attachment 7, accessible properties from publicly excluded into the open. Have I got a seconder for that? Councillor Crowther, thank you. All those in favour of bringing that into the public? Those against? That is carried. So we now have that in the public. And we've got Andy back. Thank you, Andy. So it might be good, obviously this has not been in the public, so it might just be good, Andy, if you could just give us a a very brief overview of what this is and what we're being asked to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Carl Luca drafted the report. He should be on his way
Sorry,
in a moment.
Sprung this on you
no,
before lunch.
That's absolutely fine. So, I guess this goes back a wee bit. So, first in terms of APL, Accessible Properties Limited, they are have now been confirmed as a key government partner around the delivery of social and public housing in the city. They have for some time owned most of the social housing stock in the city when they acquired that from Housing New Zealand a number of electoral cycles ago. And of course, they're going to take on a much bigger role moving forward, given that Kainga under the current government are playing less of a role in the delivery of additional social housing stock across the whole country, including in Tauranga. So through, I believe it was the last long-term plan process, the council at that time, the commissioners, set aside some of their outer housing funds for investment specifically in stormwater infrastructure down to Papa to support the delivery and the redevelopment of the accessible properties housing stock. So most of this stock is located in Gate Pa and the Maryvale suburbs. And that money was set out, I think it was the 27-28 financial year, and it was specifically around the delivery of infrastructure. So APL have come to us through their submission saying, thanks for that. It would be great if we could just have a little bit more flexibility around the use of those funds. So it would be good to be able to use some of those funds a little bit earlier, to be able to use them on more preliminary sort of infrastructure planning processes. And potentially we may need, or there may be value in upgrades in other types of infrastructure. So there might need to be small water supply or wastewater upgrades. There might be some value in improving, parks and reserves or the transport network. So they're just coming with that request. And I think I can turn it over now to Carl to probably cover the points that I may have missed.
Kia ora, everyone. I'll probably just a couple of things to note. We have been working in partnership with APL for quite some time, so commencing really when we started the Te Papa Spatial Plan and then ongoing process, and there was, we were looking at options for regeneration through that area with APL and Kainga for some time. And there's approximately 117 dwellings that they have in that Gate Pa, Anzac Park area, so quite a lot of opportunity there, and probably just reiterating their status as a partner or government identifying them as a partner for community housing provision. So probably moving forward, while stormwater is definitely one of the key areas that we'd I guess see that funding used for, we're looking in that medium to longer term, and so there may be opportunities for reconfiguration of open space, supporting movement, connections with Cameron Road and so forth. So I think the studies and the assessments will build on work to date, look to undertake further, I guess, assessment and development of any concepts and bring them back before yourselves before releasing any further funding going forward, which is, I guess, timed more in that 27-28 year period.
All right, thank you. Have we got any questions? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for the report. This to me seems to be one of the most important things we can do to get some affordable housing in the Te Papa Peninsula. Is this resolution going to make a difference as far as time frame goes, as far as getting this moving faster than we have been?
So look, I think it's well timed, as I say, in terms of APL being identified as a partner. by government. So, and we're hoping that, I guess, in terms of that partnership, that will continue. Certainly, you know, APL does, I guess, have some, I guess, constraints in terms of their ability to move forward by themselves, you know, so that partnership will assist them to move forward with their studies quicker. And by us undertaking those studies sooner rather than later, or waiting, it effectively is us starting to look at addressing the issues within that area sooner rather than later. And I think it also relates to the private market and opening up those opportunities for private market investors as well through that area.
Just want to confirm, this is again coming from the Elder Housing Fund, so that's got no direct impact on rates, is that? We lost Paul, is that?
I can probably comment on that. So yes, that's correct. There's $400,000 allocated this year, which has been unspent, and the idea is to bring forward, to carry over $200,000 of that and reallocate it to accessible properties.
Yep.
So I just had a question, just because I don't know, how do we allow expenses 1 year to be carried forward? What happens to that?
Through the chair. What happens with that is that in the annual plan budget, we do not put extra budget in for something like that. Once the annual plan budget is adopted, we then have a revised budget, which is where we bring forward the expenditure.
So when we're testing actuals against the budget, it will always be a variance?
Against the annual plan budget, yes, but we always present to you both.
All right.
I had one.
Yeah, sorry.
So just in terms of I think it sounds sensible, it's a good read, and I'm agreeing with my colleague that we need to allow this to happen. I guess just in light of the, as you hear, ensuring that when we're looking at scope, that we're being more basic in terms of scope than we might have been before. So I guess just in terms of point 4, the preliminary work and agreeing the scope of eligible infrastructure. My question is, do we need to have some boundaries or some constraints in terms of that, or are we just happy that the message is there, that it's all within sort of the basics of what you might do? I just was a bit nervous about the words of broadening scope, because I know that's broadening the scope of what they're currently allowed to do, but it's also just to say, are we making sure we are going to be constrained in the level of service that is being included?
So through the chair, so initially we'll start with staff inputs into the process. We have undertaken quite a bit of work, Mahi, in that area, including around movement, open space and so forth. Our Three Waters team would start initially by using studies to date, including stormwater management plan, catchment plan within that area. And then I think we'd be in a place to come back to you, at least through a quarterly update, for example, to say where we're at, what we're proposing as the next steps, and check in so that we can, remain tight in terms of around how we approach this. We'd also be looking to work up an agreement with APL to ensure that we're working in collaboration and not moving off in opposite directions.
Yeah, Councillor Rosebaum.
Thank you very much for this, and I do agree this is worthwhile. Is the intent of this to upgrade and modernise current accessible housing, or is it the intent to add to the level of accessible housing within that area?
I think it's to deal with the constraints so that,
but
more housing can be built.
If we've got to remove accessible housing to put up terraced housing or...
Yeah, so they have accessible housing right now on a lot of land, and the idea is they take out that and build higher intensity to build more houses in the same space.
So we're going to end up with potentially a third more accessible housing for those that need it. That's where I'm going.
Maybe more. They're looking at some quite extensive intensification of, you know, walk-ups and stuff. So, yeah, I think, yeah, just my thoughts. I think, you know, as council, we need houses in the city, and we as council don't deliver houses, we enable houses. So this is a positive step again in enabling houses, and I think, you know, this organisation is set to deliver, but we obviously have a lot of constraint around stormwater, etc., around that area. So, you know, this is a pretty positive step to help and try to ease those constraints so we can enable a lot more houses in the city. Councillor Taylor.
Just a comment that I'd make.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rolleston, you go, and then.
This may have already been covered in further reports, but the iwi partnership, and as we know, last week or the week before, Ngāti Ranginui signed a deed of settlement. This is in their rohe, this Pukehinahina. So I guess, and we've just heard about Papakāinga and trying to get more Māori into housing. The need's definitely out there, so definitely tautoko, but trying to understand, I know it's APL that are doing the mahi, but is your awareness of the relationships that are existing with the hapu and the iwi? You want to, comment on that?
Just briefly, certainly through the Te Papa Spatial Plan and all the subsequent work, we've been working closely with hapu and mana whenua within that rohe, and, you know, having worked closely with APL, I know they will be cognizant of having the appropriate conversations, but we'll make sure we flag that as part of any ongoing discussions with APL.
All right, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate that this is not rates funding coming from the sale of the older housing portfolio, but the history of that portfolio, obviously there was low or no cost loans from the government, but those were assets which were maintained by the city for many, many years. And yet again, this morning, we've got a situation where local government in Tauranga is doing its part, but central government, in my view, is not. We've got a situation here where central government transferred the ownership of the state housing portfolio to Accessible Properties, great organisation doing great things, but the reality is this should not be something that is left up to the local Tauranga City Council money tree. It should be something that Wellington is doing. This is a national problem again. Homelessness, housing, national problem. If they want us to focus on doing the basics brilliantly, why then are we essentially picking up the tab through the sale of the elder housing portfolio for something that central government should be doing? You know, they've got to start finding some finding some blimmin' savings down there in Wellington. I don't want to overstate it or get in the way of relationships and that sort of thing, but they've got to step up. State highways and now housing in the city. Council's taking the lead. It shouldn't be that way.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Councillor Morris, but kind of disagree. I think that what I understand being planned here is within Council's obligations, and I can hear the Minister's words in my ears where he's saying councils have to do their bit to enable more housing and the government will do their bit. So I think what we're talking about here is our bit, as I understand it, but I think that doesn't take away from the point Councillor Morris made, which is that they have definitely not provided accessible properties, who have what I think is a good plan, the Pukehinahina plan, and they've done some good engagement, they've got a lot of support across the community, but the government has not enabled that money to come through, certainly quickly enough. And so I think there's two parties. We have to do our bit here. It's certainly this bit's not a lot of money. I strongly support it. I think it's very important that we do it. I also am keen to see Arataki intensification happen through accessible properties quicker than it has. And I know at one point accessible properties saw better opportunities there simply because of some of the geotech issues and some other and stormwater issues and things. But in both cases, I think the big one, and Councillor Morris is right on the money, is that, you know, we were forced to get rid of our elder housing, council was, and effectively through the government policies. We had that money sitting there. Now we've got elders who are in desperate need of affordable housing, and we've got other people in desperate need, and the government has not done its bit.
Right, I'm comfortable now putting up the recommendations. I'm happy to move the recommendations. Councillor Taylor will second. Is there any further discussion? I think hopefully everyone's... okay, I'll ask if there's no further discussions, all those in favour? Those against? That is carried. All right, thank you. Now we get to break for lunch. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. Where we will discuss the Aquatics network. See you then. All right, welcome back everyone to continue our meeting. Obviously, next item 11.4, where we're going to start discussing aquatics. We have a number of public forum members here to present to us. So we're going to invite each group up separately, and they'll each have 5 minutes to speak with any questions, if you could allow for within the 5 minutes, please. So the first group of speakers is from Mount Maunganui Aquatics Trust. I invite Scott Bartlett, Manager, Donald Boyle, Trustee, Bevan Wood, Builder, and Ian Glover, Trustee. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes, and if you can just push there's a little red button to get the microphones working, that would be appreciated.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So if we've got questions on the paper, that's not within their 5 minutes. We ask those separately.
Yeah, we can bring them back if you have specific questions on the paper. Welcome.
Thank you, Mavericks. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having us, and the Mount Maunganui Aquatic Trust obviously really does appreciate being able to present a few moments about our proposal that we did there. And I think what we propose for the wider community is a facility, an opportunity to create a training tank, a community training facility that would be 50 metres, and therefore increasing the aquatic space available to all community user groups to use and to utilise. Our pool at the moment is at the end of its life, and we need to do some redevelopment, and the opportunity came that we could present our thoughts along that line. And maybe I'd like Scott, maybe you could just fill us in a little bit more on that.
Yeah, the wider space available at the moment is limited. We can only adhere to so many people around our community. We have other facilities in the area which are currently full, as you are all well aware. The additional space that we are talking about at the college pool will allow the freeing up of current user space in the Mount Maunganui area and the wider Tauranga area as well. The pool itself is currently used by the Amanu Swimming Club. That's the main user group there. We're talking about pushing that out and opening that up to external community user groups and actually having a whole range of user groups using that space, so therefore allowing more people within the aquatic industry or just the wider community to use this space available. We're at the stage now where it's quite exciting. We're looking at the nuts and bolts of it. So we've sat down, we've done a lot of planning around. We know that the space will be well utilised if it was built. We know it will be well catered for, and we know it will be well managed.
You want to talk to me? Okay. We are the builder and the figures people. Mahi, if you want to talk to us. We know we do stuff cheap. We've been doing it for 14 years. Okay, and Bevan's done $50-something million buildings plus swimming pools. So ask us any questions about why we can do it so cheap. It's basically our model. Okay, and if we're stuck to 5 minutes, we'll build the building on time as well, all right?
That's fantastic. We will open the floor to questions, and I think it's probably appropriate that we bring you back later as we sort of discuss the paper, around specifics, and I'll certainly ask you some questions. So thank you, but I would just like to say thank you for bringing us this, and again, we're very supportive of community members that have an idea and can solve an issue for us at council. So we really appreciate you coming. I guess my question, and probably as much for the community as anything, is how long have you been doing this and your track record?
Yeah, so 10 years we've had the arrangement with the Mount Maunganui College to manage the outdoor pool outside school hours. And so that encompasses us establishing a swim school and employing a coach but also we've provided the pool to other user groups such as Surfing New Zealand, Surf Lifesaving, Flipper Ball and Water Polo to use the pool. One of the problems we had when we took it over 10 years ago was the pool was only a 6-month-a-year pool, unheated. We took the opportunity about 9 years ago to change the infrastructure within the college, to put in a transformer and heat the pool, which allowed then the community to have 6 extra lanes to be used during the winter months. And we've been successfully doing that for that last 9 years. We went from 70 swimmers swimming through the first winter month to 150, where currently we're sitting at 350 swimmers swim during the winter months outdoors in the facilities we've got, compared to about 450 swimmers that sign up in the summer months. In utilising that too, we also took the opportunity to open the pool up over the summer months to the community, and that was received really well. Lots of comments about, I remember swimming here back in the 70s and 80s, and it was great to be able to offer that to the community. And I think, that was a really, a buzz for us, and saw us the opportunity that what can we do more with this tank? Yes, it's like all of us, getting to the end of its life, and it does need a boost. We have got a backup plan, but we think to give the community the opportunity to put a tank in here that would be open to the public and training and free up some space around the community. So that's our history around it. We are closely aligned to the Omanu Surf Club, but all of the surf clubs train there with us, as well as triathlons. People doing water polo need to still swim during those times, pre-work and after work and into the evenings. Our limit at the moment is the heating. We can only open it in winter for 6 hours. This ability, if we got a facility and increase our heating and filtration, will open us up for probably about 7 to 8, 16 hours a day.
Yep.
And people in outdoors, I think the climate's right in the bay. We haven't had anybody complaining. Monday, the pool was chocker with that rain pouring down, and people just love it. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. We will bring you back as we discuss the papers and get into some nuts and bolts. I'm sure there's plenty of questions for you. So.
Yeah, I mean, just very quickly, my background, I know Councillor Morris can probably vouch for me, is over 20 years of experience within the aquatic industry. I currently own the building out at Papamoa with the 2 indoor 25-metre pools, which Bevan built for us. I know Councillor Morris's kids have been there because I taught them to swim. So, really well. Yeah. So we have a pretty good understanding of how it works.
Thank you very much. Now, the next group I'd like to invite forward is the Otomotai Working Group. We've got Matt Chang, Amanda Lowry, and I'd just like to welcome Matt and Amanda. You'll have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
So which button?
The little one with the little person.
Gotcha. Right, thank you. Look, I'm here in my capacity as board chair of Automoto College. We are here as a result of, and I'd like to give my thanks to Suzanne Edmonds, who raised the issue in the first place when the commissioners unilaterally decided to close the Automoto pool without any consultation. I've been fortunate to be part of the Automoto Working Group that was established following a public meeting in February 2024 to work through the potential options available for the retention of the Automoto pool, including an investigation into the ground conditions and also the conditions of the facility. We endorse the report of the working group that you have before you, and which I hope you've read in advance of the meeting. The reason I came to talk today is really to say the same thing that I said at our public meeting in February 2024, which is that we are a coastal town. Water safety is hugely important. It's an important skill for our kids to have. Our catchment area has over 5,800 students, 7,800 if you include Bethlehem College. So the pool is a necessary facility for those students to learn how to swim. The sorts of things that we teach at the college are swimming technique, water confidence, underwater confidence, rescue knowledge, including danger response, airway breathing and circulation, rescue technique, and also preparing in the pool for surf-based learning, such as surf life-saving and safety management strategies. The purpose of the council, as you know, is to provide for the social, economic, cultural, social, environmental, cultural and economic well-being of the community, both in the present and for the future. And in my view, some services need to be provided regardless of the cost. I'm aware that the Automoto pool runs at a deficit, as does every other pool, as I understand it, except for the Mount hot pools. I believe that the social and cultural and environmental well-being of our kids supersedes any economic cost that is incurred. We need it out west. The idea that the memorial pool upgrades could accommodate our students concerns me greatly because of the inconvenience of having to travel into town to do that. I'm concerned about whether there would actually be enough space for the kids on an ongoing basis to essentially service another 7,800 kids. Our clear view from the college perspective, we don't have our own pool. That is the pool that, as I understand it, back in the 60s we established in cooperation with the council and with the community at the time, together with another building that's on our site, which we have taken over managing, being our sports gymnasium. So what we would like to see, certainly from the community and the college perspective, is to see that pool remain permanently. We agree that it should at least be maintained for the next 15 years, and certain upgrades need to have happen, which are set out in that report. I don't propose to speak to the report itself because that was prepared by the council staff. I'd like to thank them as well because we've had some pretty robust discussions, and I think that has been really useful to flesh out both what the needs of the community are and to understand the council's sort of overall aquatic strategy and looking at it from a broader perspective. So the process has been really good. So I'd just like to say thanks.
And you've left me about 1 minute, but I'm going to go really fast. So when I broke my neck 12 years ago, I was a water girl all the way, and I came back to Tauranga only to find there were no council facilities where I could swim. So, and I had an opportunity, so I swam up and down in the CCS 13-metre pool for 2 years, and then I had opportunity for Paralympics. So I fundraised and I put the hoist into Automoto pool myself. So there's some little slides that should be coming with that, just to show you guys. But she's forgot to push the buttons. Yeah, so there's just some, yeah. So I fundraised $8,000, next one, and put the hoist into Automoto, and then in 2022, the fabulous upgrade kind of overseen by Steve Edgecombe of Bayview News, and I think he saw me trying to wheel into a wharipaku and my side of my wheels hitting the door and went, oh, this cannot be the way it works. And given that like 28% of our population here identify as disabled compared to 24 and the rest of the motu, I think it's really important. Like, water is just something that the minute you get in it, your body is free, you're safe. For me, there's no wheelchairs and there's silence, but there's just this, it's a health-giving space. And I think the more of us that can access this, particularly with an ageing population and the cost of the health system, you know, that sort of focus would be fabulous. The next photo, just jump through to the changing room. I just wanted to show, I get to swim with my daughter. I get to have a hot shower. And for the first time in my life, I get to leave the pool with clothes on, which is a win for the community as well as me. You know what I mean? So everywhere else I've ever swum, I have to go home in wet togs. Next shot, please. And they've got a plinth in there, an up-down bed. That means I can actually get dressed. So really the place is set up to be an amazing community asset, and I just don't want to see that go. So thank you for your time. You know, kia ora.
Thank you. I just had a question on that, and you're the perfect person to ask, because one of the costs, I guess, in the upgrade is I think $700,000 for accessibility. You know, so is there a problem with it being accessible at the moment?
I think what Alison pointed out in terms of what has to happen now is the minute there's any form of upgrade to that pool, it has to have a ramp put into it. So while a hoist is fabulous and works for the majority of us, I think now with current building codes, and someone can update me on that, I'm not sure, it has to happen. So that's the bit. I had a heart attack. I went no, we can stick with the $8,000 hoist. It might be ugly, but, you know, let's just do that. But I think that's what has to happen. So
that's a ramp into the pool rather than...
Yeah, so a ramp and a wet wheelchair for people with, I think, higher level disabilities, whereas actually everybody can use a hoist, but I think building code says you have to have a ramp.
But getting into the facility and obviously you've showed in the showers and stuff, that's all
of it's
good.
like absolutely doable. We've got a 1 in 14 ramp out of the pool now, so I can actually physically push in and out myself and access that pool. That used to be a death trap. I'd go down and go, am I going to die? You know what I mean? So it's brilliant, like a, you know, massive
Okay, no, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora.
Is there any other burning questions? All right, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Kia ora.
And our final presenter to the public forum is Susie Edmonds. So welcome, Susie. You'll have 5 minutes, including any questions.
Right. It's on.
Yeah, the readers go in this place. Green is stop.
Sounds right. Right. Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors and council staff, and particularly our sick elected member, Mr. Schuler. I want to begin today by acknowledging the due diligence carried out by the working group regarding the Otomotai pool. The community truly appreciates the effort invested. It was not only necessary, it was imperative. I also want to pay tribute to the remarkable West Side community and others across the city who stood strong to save the Otomotai pool. Originally, citizens became Citizens became extraordinary advocates. Their courage and resolve deserve recognition. That's our community. It is important for this council to publicly acknowledge the community's efforts. We brought to light the failures of Bay Venues and the commissioners. Failures that are serious and must be addressed to restore public trust. Statements made by the commissioners and Bay Venues to the public were at times simply untrue. None of the public communications from the council or Bay Venues have acknowledged the role of the community, nor have they admitted that the submission to the long-term plan represented a failure in aquatic planning for Tauranga. I must ask, is the council genuinely considering any part of Bay Venues Memorial Park proposal as the site for the new aquatic centre? Bay Venues failed to conduct proper due diligence in the past, and why should we trust them now? We cannot continue in a city where those paid to lead are negligent and make serious errors in judgment without consequences. That must be owned. Council is clearly invested in public relations, so I respectfully request that the CEO, the Mayor, Council, Spaces and Places and Bay Venues issue a formal acknowledgement of thanks to the community for bringing serious issues and wrongdoings to light. The community acted not for personal gain, but because they knew something was very, very wrong, and they were right. I'm proud to have been a conduit for the community alongside Glenn Crowther and Amanda, who is amazing, as you all heard. But this was a collective effort driven by a single powerful goal, and that was to save the Otomotai pool and to expose how it came to be labelled, quoting Simon Clark and Chad Hooker in their August 2022 letter to the CEO, as at the end of its economic life and needing to be closed permanently. One has to ask what investigations supported such a claim, and why would they mislead the CEO or the mayor, and the mayor, but we didn't have a mayor then. You will soon be presented with a proposal for a new aquatic centre, likely from the same group. I urge you to apply the scrutiny it deserves. I was assured by the CEO that due diligence had been done, which he obviously believed, when clearly it had not. Let's ensure moving forward that all submissions represent the truth and that dishonesty disguised as fact is no longer tolerated. Finally, I request a formal investigation into the misrepresentations made by Bay Venues throughout this process. I'd like to be part of such an investigation. Based on the evidence I've received, this cannot be left unexamined. And I'd just like to say that I sincerely I've lived here a long time, and I'd like us to all in this room acknowledge Sir Bob Owens, Mayor Ray Dillon, Mayor Nobby Clark and Mayor Noel Pope. They would be, in my view, very pleased if our new elected members took on the serious dedication that they did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susie, has anyone got any burning questions?
You can write your questions to me.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for all those that have come in and presented today. Obviously given us a good background of some of the things that we're going to be discussing today. So we now move into report 11.4, Aquatics Projects Update and Next Steps. And I ask Ross Hudson, Alison Law and Kashi to come and give to give us a rundown on anything they want to bring up before we open it to questions.
Thank you. I will just start with a brief introduction. So Council previously requested for the Aquatics Network Plan to be drafted, and so the intention is that that network plan will summarise the proposed aquatic investments over time to meet current and future demand and to provide structure and clarity for the Council and community. So the report that's in front of you is really starting with some of the three key points that would inform that network plan. Obviously, Memorial Park Aquatic Centre is a large part of what we would do for future aquatics, and the future of Automotai plays a key part into that, and the proposal that we have in front of us from the Mount College. So the decisions and guidance from today will inform the drafting of that network plan that we would then bring back to Council for endorsement and then go out for further consultation with the community. But the starting point would also be just some key targeted engagement with key users and stakeholders as we're drafting the network plan. Of course, there's annual plan funding considerations and also future considerations for investment into the next long-term plan. Just also really want to acknowledge the work that we've done with the Automotai Working Group and the time and commitment that our representatives brought to that group. And as Matt said, it was really robust discussions and really appreciate the time that they've dedicated to that. And also thank you to the Mount College Trust for the work that they've done with us alongside the proposal that they've brought to the table. And just noting that Paul Dunphy from Bay Venues is here as well if there's any questions specific to them.
Cool, thank you very much. So now I'll open the floor to any questions from elected members on any of this, and obviously, as we've heard, Paul Dunphy's here. We can bring, if it's Mount specific, maybe we just hold any Mount specific. We could we'll bring them up once we've had other questions for staff, and we can get into that proposal. So I just point you to where this is. So this is 11.4. So I'll just find that what page that is. And there's also separate attachments involved. Sorry, my computer's just... 100, that's so page 127 on the main agenda is where you'll find this report, and then there's all the, as we've heard about the Otamoto working group, the Mount Paul proposal is all in the separate attachments, is part of that agenda. So happy to have any questions. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in regard to the aquatic network plan, that's citywide, isn't it? It's not just Memorial and the Mount.
Yes, it is absolutely citywide. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I just having started off on that working group, I think it was striking to see the positivity that the council staff, Alison and everyone brought, and Paul, brought to that working group. I think it was, we went from a bit of a low, I would say, for Tauranga City Council in terms of the public, when we had the meeting in February that Susie organised, pardon me, February of 2024. But I can't remember when the first working group meeting was, but maybe in April, May, was it? And I think there was just such a massive shift, because at that public meeting, just to be clear, you know, I think what Susie said, there was a lot of truth there, because Commissioner Selwood, you know, it was quite embarrassing to see it, really. And I think we have got a much better position now. I guess what I'm interested in is if we sort of just forgot all that happened, and just said, looking at the best use of an asset, is the medium investment scenario enough to drive the optimal use of that resource? Because it is a commitment of, a significant commitment of community funding from the ratepayer. It's something we've quite clearly heard now that community wants, and indeed neighbouring communities. But having seen what happened at Greerton, you know, one of the criticisms of Otamotai is that there's not much bang for buck, because you get a whole bunch of people using it, but you look at the cost per use. But when you look at the numbers for Greerton, they rocketed up after the extra investment. And we're not proposing to do the equivalent here. So and I don't know if it's a question for Paul or who, but have we actually looked collectively between Bay Venues and TCC at actually, if we put in more investment, will we actually get a much better outcome with potentially, like Greerton, twice as many users from that?
Thank you. The short answer is we haven't looked in detail about what the numbers would increase to. Longer answer is we know that by separating the pools properly, having a warmer area for toddlers and learn to swim, separate filtration, that will mean that there will be larger learn to swim numbers. People will want to come there, better accessibility, better environment. The humidity will be easier to control with the different water bodies. So it will be a much more pleasant and user-friendly and flexible experience. So we would absolutely expect numbers to increase. And Paul and I have been discussing if this level of investment is there, then we would really work together to really drive numbers up and to encourage more attendance rather than what would just happen naturally.
Councillor Scholar.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. So just a couple of higher level questions on probably the third page. On point 10, you talk about the concept of a benchmark of 30% of the capital program annually for community infrastructure. Where did the 30, I just don't know where the 30% comes from.
Thank you. What we've been talking to the finance team is around giving some certainty on the amount of money that you can allocate to community infrastructure. And right now it's around 30% when you add the Te Pānuataki and the other community infrastructure projects together.
It sort of just happened, so the 30% is sort of what it happened to be.
What it is now,
right, great,
yeah.
okay.
And so the concept, I mean, it's just a concept that we've introduced and we've spoken to councillors about previously, is to allow, when you make some decisions, for us to go away and talk about how we can actually affordably spread the cost out over the period of the long-term plan. So it's an idea, it's a concept.
Thank you. And a second question, if I may, probably to Alison. So just in terms of, if we looked at all three proposals, if there was positive reaction from elected members, is that nearly solving the aquatic needs for Tauranga for at least the medium term, in terms of the amount of space?
Short answer is yes. If you want a long answer, I'd defer to Ross.
No, yes is fine. And I guess our supplementary, has Tauranga been asking for the additional aquatics resource? You can do a short answer again if you like.
Yes, absolutely, and I think we saw that through the survey as well, and just ongoing. We know that existing facilities are at capacities, particularly with structured sport and meeting more deep water, learn to swim can grow, hydrotherapy, all those things that for our range of community use.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions for staff? Sure. Yep. Oh, Councillor Schuler. Councillor Schuler?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh. Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for your kind words, Susie. I'll take those on board with my medicine. Just a quick question of the Otamotai, the group. I was just looking through here. I know we'll get into a bit more detail, and the working group looking at those options around, I think, potential upgrade costs there, sitting there, and I see 1.6 million for separate pool filtration, and then a bit of a discussion, just talk about warmer and colder, and then a broader discussion about the overall aquatics network. The question is, was there any consideration for the Otamotai pool to change its focus and effectively warm the whole pool? So remove the need for that 1.6 million and make the whole area more user-friendly for young people. So potentially changing its position in the network from needing to be a high-performance swim venue to something that everyone could enjoy at a better temperature for a lot longer and still getting a good desired outcome. So that's just the question. I don't know who answers it.
I will. Paul can maybe jump in if he wants to, but we did look at it at a high level. There's a few things that came into it. If we were to increase the temperature of the lane pool, it takes away what it acts as far as lane swimming and training. So at the moment, Evo swims there, and part of the thinking was if we can cater for Evo better at Otamotai, that would potentially mean that they wouldn't need so much use at the aquatic centre. So that means we have more capacity in the lane pool at the aquatic centre. Separating the two bodies of water also means, so at the moment, we aren't meeting the water quality standard because it's an old filtration system. The turnover rate's really slow. So at the moment, if there's a fecal incident, code brown, in the pool, the whole thing has to close, and I think turnover's about 16 hours, so the pool's out of the network for that long. Whereas if we separate the systems and the smaller children are in one area, it means that we can have a shorter turnover and close down period, and the other pool can act separately. It just makes it more flexible and hopefully offsets more space in the aquatic centre.
I just have a question around these accessibility upgrades, including pool entry ramps, and just understanding what that involves.
So the accessibility, part of it is the ramps, but there's also some wider work around, for example, access from the car park into the pool and making sure that we've got the levels right and the right kind of lighting and around the concourses right and all those sorts of things. And then the ramp is also part of it. So it's a ramp into each pool. Amanda was correct in what she was saying. So it's not actually legislation in the Act, but it does talk about people needing to have the ability to access unaided into a body of water and be able to access the facilities the same as able-bodied people. Having been through an MB determination and human rights mediation for the lack of a ramp into a new pool, it's what is happening around the country now and is required to do to make sure as soon as we upgrade the building, which we would be by doing a new plant room for the new filtration and other things, it would trigger the need for a new consent and therefore putting in the ramps.
Okay, and how many people would that, we've heard we've got a lift that can get people in and out at the moment. So is that's not, it's the same thing, isn't it? You're allowing access to the pool, for people, like if that's the...
Yes, and I guess it does come down to different users, and obviously full respect to Amanda. In other facilities, people do prefer a ramp rather than a hoist. Some people are more still physically able to get in and out or prefer to use a hoist versus a ramp. So it does come down to personal preference, but also the MB requirement around needing that ramp access.
Yeah, well, just 710,000. I'm interested in how many people we're actually providing for, and if we've got a solution, I think that is one thing. If we're not providing any access at all, and we've heard from Amanda that we've got a lot of good facilities there, so it is usable by.
The ramp is, I think the ramp's about 250 to 300 of that 700. It's not the full amount. There's other things around that enable accessibility improvements and what would be required under consent. I can send through a breakdown of how it's broken down if that would help. And I guess my view from the experience that I've been in, it would be a risk to council to not put a ramp into a building that we're upgrading.
So we've got ramps at Greaton and, yeah. So is that though, if you've got an option in the city, do you have to have it?
No, it's for that facility. People with a disability need to be able to have access the same as an able-bodied person for the intention of that facility, the purpose of the facility.
Yeah, I guess it's just how wide a net we cast, because, obviously we've heard today that we have a workable solution right now, that there is access, like an able-bodied person, into the Otomoto pool. I guess it's comes down to definition and again around that value. It's a tough one. A tough one to swallow. That there's 700,000 to be spent on a facility that actually already provides, for most disabled people. So, anyway, that's my comments. Councillor Schooler.
Thanks, Me Mahe. So just a question on point 18, where we're talking about the total site investigations for Memorial. I understood that we have made a conscious decision to say we keep QE2 until it's 2041, when it no longer will be viable because of earthquake requirements. So is that 200,000 adding any value if we know that we've got a... I think my understanding was we said, well, let's keep it till we can, but I'm not as keen to spend 200,000 on deciding how we'd upgrade it when we're just going to keep it as it is.
So the current discussion has been keep it till we can, provided, but we still need to understand the geotech implications for moving the aquatic centre over to the current pool site. So those are the geotech investigations that we're doing at the moment, because otherwise, if we made a unilateral decision to retain QEYC and the geotech doesn't stack up, it has quite big implications for the aquatic centre if the QEYC is still in that location.
This is a separate issue. This is stage 2, complete a detailed assessment of the existing QEYC to understand the extent of work required for compliance will include fire structural accessibility and geotechnical.
Yeah. So that is, that's for a building condition assessment, albeit we do think that we could do it for a reduced amount than that 200,000 that's showing. But at the moment, the renewals that are in the capital program are based on an old condition assessment, because the thought had been that the QEYC would be closing. There isn't an up-to-date assessment. So to make sure that we've got the right amount for renewals, not talking any upgrades, what we would need to do to keep the building safe and sanitary at existing levels of service, we need to be able to do a condition assessment to understand that. That can come down the track once we know what's happening with QEYC in the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre, but we do think that we should be able to do it at a reasonable amount cheaper than the 200,000 that's in there.
I guess I'm concerned because when we went there, we were told it needed to be painted inside, the toilets needed to be done, it's a bit cold, and we I felt said, looks great if it's an extra 3 quarts, then, and people want that. If they're a bit hot in summer and a bit chilly in the winter, then they'll probably manage that. So I'd rather not see that 200,000 sitting there as a cost right at the moment that we're expected to approve.
Yeah, we can definitely do that later, and the scope would be bare minimum. What do we need to do just to keep the building open and safe, rather than, yeah.
But is the building, obviously, is this a legislative requirement?
It's around understanding, making sure that we've got the right money in there for renewals, so 10 years down the track we're not in a position that we need to replace toilets, for example, and we don't have the money. So it's making sure that we've got our renewal program right and that we're meeting the compliance around accessibility, etc.
Okay, I think we'll just park that one. I don't think we need it. It's one of those things that this is an exact example of, you've got a facility that's working fine at the moment. There's no issue right now, and we're trying to make an issue to find out, well, we've already discussed it's an end-of-life building, so if we find down the track we need to invest in something, we'll invest in it, but we'll use the $200,000 that we don't spend now to invest in it later. I don't think we need to know what we do or do not need to do. We'll sweat it and deal with it as we go. I get what you're saying, but to me, it's just a complete waste of money, but we'll deal with that later. So, Councillor Crowther.
I'd just like to follow up on the previous conversation with the Mayor about accessibility, and I'm just thinking in the context, although it's not a huge amount of capital expenditure, I thought I heard you say you'd need to provide ramps to both parts of the pool, and I'm just thinking, we've got a proposal for $100,000 for the sea track option to allow people to access the sea, and so that every 100,000 is important, So I'm just thinking from my own experience, is that needed for a pool that I thought was used primarily for small children, or am I misunderstanding the purpose of that pool?
Yes, it will be for small children and parents and caregivers who may or may not have a disability. I guess at the end of the day, we're presenting what we think should happen in the facility to do what's right by our community and our understanding of prior MBIE determinations and building consent. But if the council would like us to go and do some more investigation into that and bring back some legal view or anything we can, but from a community-wide accessibility good outcome, our recommendation is to do the ramps.
Yeah, I suppose just to be very clear on my thing, I'm strongly supportive of the accessibility. I support the ramp into the main pool. I do wonder though whether, and I'm thinking of what happened at the nearby college when there were no ramps into buildings until a student required those ramps in the past, but the moment they were required, they were put in. And I wonder if it's for a child, my experience with people with disabilities that I've been exposed to is that's probably not needed, but I agree for a parent who has a disability. But I'm just wondering if that is something that's real right now. I'm happy to support it if it is, but I do worry a little bit that we might be not investing as quickly into something like the C-Track, which would benefit people right here and now, and that we could have that other option for people to get in there to tide them over until we put the ramp in. You know, like let's say it delayed it by a year, there'd still be an option for that parent to get into the pool. There'd be no problem generally with lifting a child in there. So I guess I'm just trying to be practical and look at what the best bang for buck is at the moment.
And I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to whether we would get building consent to do the work at the, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Schuler.
Thanks again, Mayor. Just a quick question again back to the Otomoto pool. Looking at paragraph 39, just and looking at the various options that are in front of us, over that time, the approach to asset management would be proactive. What is that exactly going to mean?
So rather than sweating the asset and just doing it if it fails, proactively making sure that we're doing preventative maintenance, renewals as they're needed, so keeping it at the current levels of service rather than sweating the asset and waiting for something to go wrong before we do something about it.
Okay, thank you. And just from the overall, I just want to go back to the Becker report, and just one question I'd really like, and maybe it's the working group. The Becker report obviously does say that most of, I think they said majority of the settlement has occurred, but there was still a paragraph in there, there's still an uncertain level of long-term loading-induced settlement likely to occur, and the report doesn't sort of look at a few other areas. And then, of course, the working group I'm picking has said, well, these bigger attempts to stabilise the ground or stop the ground further settling, they are not being considered at the moment. When you're talking about proactive management, let's just say the pool does continue to settle and it goes, you know, it's not quite level, drops down a bit more. Is that in your mind also part of that, where you would actually start to look in that area, or we're refining this down to just managing if there was anything major happen with regard to movement, or there was a greater level of movement, we'd reconsider our views?
Yeah, so what we've allowed for is the building as is with the improvements. It wouldn't be if there was an event and it settled and it needed to have major work to level it. What the geotech report is saying is that it's likely that most of the subsidence that was going to happen, well, it has happened. There may be some minor movement, but the risk would be if we added weight to the structure. So if we're not adding weight, the risk is residual but minimal. And it's not worthwhile to invest money into trying to remove that residual risk. But yes, to your question, the proactive maintenance is around keeping the building operating as it is, albeit with the improvements.
Yeah, thank you.
I just had a question around the Otomoto pool. We're talking about operating grant. Just a clarification, so it's about $470,000 a year, but then I see in the report that's the gross, and then they offset the user fees from that. So what are we paying from council's perspective to Bay Venues? Is it the 470 or is it the 320? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I was just a bit confused. We talk 470 most of the time, but then we talk 370 and 320. I mean, the 320 I think was what we.
Yeah, so it's the 320 is our grant, but the 470 is the net cost of running the facility.
Okay, because in the report we talk operating grant per annum, which is 472, so that's wrong. That's 320. That's under paragraph 40.
Just glancing over at Susan, we did have a conversation about this, and I think we came to the conclusion that effectively the operating grant is the 472.
That's correct, and that is the net cost of running that facility. Yeah, that's the operating grant that we provide to Bay venues.
So we pay 470.
Correct. As part of their around about $7.5 million operating grant per annum. Yeah, that comes out of that.
Okay, so the actual cost, because in the report they say it's $7 per swim, but that's actually $10 per swim, which is subsidised by the ratepayer. Is that correct? No, there's about 47,000 people that use it, and 470. Oh no, that's I think.
Under paragraph 61, the table there, I think we calculated it was just over $12.
$12.07 a swim at Omokoroa.
Okay, thank you.
That's a net cost to council.
That's a ratepayer, yeah, not including the users. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, on that issue, is all those pools, all three of those, including the full debt repayments and depreciation and those costs, or that's just the actual direct operating costs?
That's correct. So under the table, under paragraph 61, we have highlighted that it's less depreciation or renewal allowance or any overheads.
Yeah, so in order to get that comparison, is there any easy way to get, because my suspicion, that's why I asked the earlier question, is that there is a fine line between, you know, investing more money to get more people to use the facility, like let's say double the use, because Automotai and Gretchen were kind of neck and neck. Automotai got run into the ground, Gretchen got a rebuild. So I guess that's where that question was going before. To me, I'm happy to sort of support what's on the plan, but it's more, I just worry, are we getting the best value for money? Because we don't have much transparency. We're not factoring in some of the main costs of city assets. It doesn't really matter to us whether it's Bay Venues or us who are doing the operations of it. To me, it should all be looked at in the big picture and look at, you know, net present value analysis, find out what's the best bang for buck here. That would be the ideal. I realise that creates more work. I don't know if this is a big enough piece of work to warrant it, but that would be how I'd prefer to make decisions. And the other question I had was, if the bad case scenario happened, so we have, to Councillor Schuler's point, there is a risk. I think it looks well worth taking based on the reports. But if we ended up getting more cracking and more damage, what about this, what's being talked about is that you can drop in a stainless steel lining. You know, practically what are we talking about there, and what sort of costs would be involved, and would that likely be enough to keep the pool functioning if we had put in accessibility and other investments which would be lost if we didn't keep that pool going?
I was going to say, I can't remember offhand whether the costs of putting a lining in were estimated or not. Yeah.
Excuse me. The cost of the lining won't fix the problem. The problem needs to be fixed by either, we had a number of options, and some of the options were piling underneath that side of, so half the pool is built on fill and half the pool isn't. The half the pool that's built on fill would either need to be piled, or some sort of fill needs to be horizontally pumped underneath the pool to strengthen it. And then once that's done, we would look at putting some sort of improvement to the pool tank itself. But there's a whole load of work that needs to be done first that's very high level estimates at the moment, ranging from $3.2 to $5 million, and that's without really knowing what's going on underneath the pool.
It does include the liner,
total.
doesn't it? It does include
It
a
does
liner,
include-
and so the pool
Again, but
tank-
they're very high level estimates that don't have a whole load of stuff in them at the moment. So I think going into that level of detail needs a whole other piece of work to look at what actually would need to happen and what the cost would look like and how much longer we get out of the pool. Becca's initial response to us was like, you're better off thinking about moving the pool. Like, if it wasn't built on the fill, you're better off having it the other way.
Right, have we got any more questions around Otomotai or QE2 or Memorial Pool? Yes, Councillor Taylor.
This relates to Otomotai and the operating model that we're using there. It's not BVL directly running it, is it? I thought there was another party involved somehow.
No, we directly run it on behalf of council. That'd be Bay Venues.
Okay, thanks. Misunderstood that then.
Is that the swim club? Do they?
So yeah, Evo runs their swimming club from Otomotai Pool, but it's still run by Bay Venues on behalf of council.
Because
they just pay to hire the time.
Did they? Oh, okay. I thought they had like an exclusive.
No, they just pay for lanes at certain times. Yeah.
Right.
Similarly, the Otomotai College pay in term time to use the pool between the hours of 9 and 3 each term.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
That's the last one. Just to put it on the record, because it is talked about in the community, because of the Mount College model, the difference being that it's the Mount College pool as opposed to a council asset. But is there any way, after all your investigation, that you found that we could, if you like, offload the responsibility from a health and safety point of view to allow college-trained PE teachers with, you know, swim safety approval and all that, like, could they, for certain days of the week, between 9 and 3, whatever, be in there, reduce the operating cost to Bay Venues, and then open it up at the end and have the Bay Venue staff come in? Is that possible, or because it's a Bay Venues asset, is that just not legally allowed?
There are ways around it, which is also what we've been working with the trust for the college, around how it's documented and processes and all those sorts of things. But what we discussed at the working group was, once the aquatic centre is open and we understand what that means for use, so potentially, well, we would expect that when we do these upgrades, numbers will go up because the pool's a better experience and more user-friendly. Then once the aquatic centre's open and it's settled down and we know what typical use is like, that would be the time to then look at what the operating model would look like at the college, whether it's, at Otomotai, whether it's something that we do in partnership with the trust or with the college or in a trust, or if it's reduced hours, or what that would look like. But the working group was quite clear that that should happen once we understand the impact of the aquatic centre.
So currently, just in term time, what we're saying is between 9 and 3, that's exclusive use. No, it's open to the public, but the schools can use it as well.
Yeah, they use, I think, 5 of the 7 lanes for certain periods of that time in school term time.
Yep. Yep. All right. No. Is that all the questions? All right. Thank you. Very much for answering those questions. I'll now, obviously, might invite some of the Mount team up. Okay, well maybe. Yeah, so I guess as I said earlier, really impressive to come to us with this proposal. Obviously, it's quite an eye-opener when we look at what we've just been discussing and the ability for you guys to deliver something at a much lower cost and potentially a 50-metre outdoor pool that's significantly cheaper cost than a 25-metre indoor pool. And I'm impressed, but I just want to be absolutely certain that the numbers here do add up. I think that's something, you know, that is very important going forward, that we don't, one, lump you guys in a poor situation where, you know, where you're losing a lot of money because the numbers don't work, and two, then, you know, that suddenly changes the scope for us, I guess, around having to help top that up. So, you know, one of my questions, which I guess was more a check than anything, was around the electricity, because we've heard that it's very expensive to be heating a pool, especially an outdoor pool that's going to lose a lot of heat, you know, during the day. And so, obviously, from the report and the numbers I've seen, I couldn't figure out the numbers. Well, I kind of had a guesstimate, but I'm interested in the heat pump. It's a 700 kilowatt heat pump, as to what your coefficient is. So therefore, what the hourly usage of that is.
All right, Mayor Mahi. Okay, I don't know where you got your 700 from. We've got 10 for the 50 metre pool. We're talking, because we've got three different options on the table. Our existing pool, 2 heat pumps, the 33 metre pool, which is 6 heat pumps, and 8 heat pumps. Sorry, for the 50 metre pool.
I'll find it.
Anyway, the coefficient of efficiency, because I checked.
There we go. It says under operating costs, it said heat source 700 kilowatts.
Okay, so that's the Becker report, is it?
No, I think, is that?
So just for clarification, if I may, so this is the work that we've done together. So we got Becker to do the assumptions. So Nick Unakis, who's the leader of this field, worked with us based on use and things like that about what the energy cost and use would be based on different size pools. So that those figures are from the work that we did together from those assumptions.
You did together with Becker, not with these guys.
Well, these guys were in the conversation. These guys,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Kevin and
Let's not
Anne were in the
get tied down.
No.
The funny thing is that Becker rang up the same guy that we use. Okay, so he gave us the figures. So, look, I can't remember. I've got two different reports in my head, but the fact of the matter is that based on Barman, that's hot water heat pumps in Auckland, and we gave him all our different scenarios. He has designed that pool to be open for 16 hours a day, so anything less will cost less. We put the covers back on as we do now.
It's at 29 degrees though.
29 degrees, we actually...
Okay, so the number, I think it was 214,000 for electricity in your operating costs. Let me just get that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just...
We're very confident, May. We're very confident those figures are good, okay? Because our current pool only costs $77,000 a year to run. You compare that to some of your other pools. Yep. The education department has pretty good rates for electricity, and they pass that on because it's their pool.
Yeah. Sorry, let me... Oh, gosh. Got too many pages here.
Yeah, it's part of the attachment, and it's page 9 of the attachment of that proposal from the Trust.
Okay, so this report is a Becker report, is it? That's where I'm...
No, the Becker report has informed the figures in this proposal from the Trust.
Okay,
So it is part of the Trust proposal.
Which is, do we know? I can't find it here.
8 times 100.
Are we in the main?
If you're looking at the table that talks about capital costs, it's in the proposal that's an attachment to the report. Is that the one that you're looking at?
Yeah, well, we've got so many.
It's page 9 of the proposal. I'm not sure what council agenda page.
I was reading it last night. I just can't find them.
If you go to the end of the report, there's links to the attachments, and then it's called. Sorry, we wrote a really long report. It's attachment 4, Mount College 50 metre pool.
Attachment 4, yeah.
And then if you go down through that, on page 9 of that is what the pool would cost.
Yeah, but that's what they just said. That was the Becker report.
So we worked on this with the trust, but the Becker informed the assumptions of what a 50 metre pool of the depth that we're talking about would usually cost to heat energy-wise, and factored in the rate from what the college gets.
Okay, so
it's actual. It's actual. Yeah.
Okay, so that I guess what I'm trying to get to is 214,000 for energy cost. You know, we've heard various figures that, you know, because obviously a 50 metre pool has a big surface that loses a lot of energy, and I can only do a quick calculation. If it's a heat source is 700 kilowatts, you know, the coefficient of 3, you know, it possibly works out if it's run for 9 hours a day. That was just really a check for me.
Okay, you're actually correct. You're much quicker than me with figures. We didn't have the 16 hours a day open because it is closed sometimes based on the users the numbers that we put in. Okay, if it increases, we've got the capacity to keep heating the pool for 16 hours, but of course our income will go up dramatically because there'll be more users.
Okay, all right.
So it's covered.
Sorry. Yeah. So that's the assumption you've used, about 9 hours a day, which.
Yes.
That you'd be.
Yes,
that you'd
we're
be
currently
running.
6 hours a day, and we expanded that over the weekend. And yeah, you're quite right.
So about 9 hours a day average.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think because the numbers were about 12 hours in the winter and
yes.
6 hours in the summer or something.
Yes, and we've got the costs covered for those because we're very much into uncovered pool costs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, there's a cost of keeping it running or keeping the heat pumps running while the pool's covered, but as long as our charge for the uncovered pool costs are covered to cover that other, what do we call it, just a fixed cost, then the pool runs at no cost to the council.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's great. Just as long as I just want to be, you're 100% sure that these numbers are. You know.
We're very confident. The reason that we had to ask the council to underwrite any extra on the 50 metre pool, we've only asked for the 50 metre because the college needs that guarantee. They can't have any extra costs. The trust will be working really hard to make sure it does cover itself, though.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then I guess just you know, from your guys' perspective, are you keen on a 50 metre over a 33? Obviously, 33 was your initial you know, idea, and you know, and I know from a survey, and 50 metres is obviously, you know, a great asset to have in the city, but you know, the way it is, it's not going to be, you know, competition standard. There's a lot of compromises, I guess. So I'm just keen to understand, you know, are you guys think still a 50 metre is the best option?
Personally, I didn't at the start, but it's growing because the 50 metre pool is what's needed for the community for far further into the future. Okay, we are exploding at the seams right now with our 13 lanes, 33 metres. 10 lanes will be great and it will give a lot of extra use to a lot of extra people in the community, but a 50 lane gives more deep water depth and will be much better for the community going forward. I'm thinking 20 years, whatever. This is after you've built another 50 metre pool, by the way.
Yeah, and you think that's still, like, you know, like, let's say in 7 years' time we build a 50 metre pool, that's not going to be
Absolutely not, because you do realise that we've got one of our main things is teaching the 7-year-old pluses that we've found that can't afford to go to the expensive swim schools. We teach them to swim. So that's in half the 50, or not half of it, it's how many metres? 22 metres. 22 metres of it is only 1,200 deep.
Yeah.
That can be used while other users are using the deep water. So it's much more, a 50-metre pool is much more versatile.
Yeah, and that
with good
bulkhead-
management.
Yeah, no, that's great. And that bulkhead, that's what, going to be at 25 or 30?
22.
28, 22 and 28 split. So we get a full water polo tank, if you like, for training and playing.
Yeah.
And then the kids won't know if they're swimming 22 or 25 metres realistically at 7 years old.
Yeah, no, I absolutely see the versatility of a 50 and...
We have a ramp as well.
Yeah.
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 We tell you that we can fix the Otamoto pool as well for you.
Well, yeah.
For $5 million.
That's my next question.
And run it with our model, absolutely.
The stainless steel is 1.2 million. The component is not that expensive.
Yeah.
So that becomes a valid option for looking at Otamoto, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. That's we've got two models. We've got our construction model, which is seriously, we start with our budget at the top and then we go down to all our nice to haves and wish list. And then of course we've got our running model as well. And it's sustainable because we're bringing younger people through into our trust as us old guys start moving on. 14 years.
And then I have another question. So how, obviously again in your proposal, you've kind of got, community, during the middle of the day, in weekends and over summer and school holidays, etc., which is a great community asset. But, like if I'm Joe Public, you've obviously got structured swimming from 5 till 8:30 in the morning. So can I, as Joe Public, I want to go and swim in a 50-metre pool and come and join in those times?
What we have to do is we've got to assess what the demand is. We've still got to pay to run our pool. That Joe Public will have two choices. If we've got the ability to open it to the public, that's what we want to do. It's only really is the extra lifeguard that's needed, or they just join with one of our user groups. Okay, so there's definitely options open for people that just want to come in and swim.
Okay, so that sort of casual swimmers, that adds a cost because you'd have to have a lifeguard, whereas under your squad system, you don't need an extra lifeguard for those because the coaches effectively are the lifeguards. Is that?
That's basically correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It depends on the numbers.
So you'd need to be able to be sure that you had 5 people swimming that would cover the cost of a lifeguard or whatever.
Yes, and don't forget there is an option to say that, well, look, it's being used by a user group at the moment. It doesn't quite fit you. You're only one person. Bay wave's open.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not too far apart. So for looking after the public, we think it really covers a lot of bases.
No, and Councillor Schuler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Didn't know there won't be many questions left after you've asked that many, Your Worship, but I will add a few. Just a couple of things. It's a considerable difference in what's required of council in terms of the money. So a couple of questions around that. One, I suppose, it really leans to us really making sure that it is a community asset. And so just assurances, I know there's a lot of water to go under the bridge, no pun intended, around figuring out exactly how it works. You've historically operated one way for to a degree largely your own needs. Our contribution enables a big shift for the swimming community and aquatic sports network right across the city, I believe, but just your assurances and your early high-level thinking of just ensuring that it is a community asset and will be available, tied in a bit to the Mayor's question. And within that, the potential for it to be used separated from the school and potentially used during daytime. I wonder if that's another question. And then also, the third question I'll ask you guys, or whoever is at the front table there, If we were looking at building this ourselves, conservatively or high-level numbers, what is the sort of likely investment that council would have to make if we were doing this greenfields? Thanks.
Okay, Kevin. Yes, the first question really is pool space. We've agreed that pool space will be made available during those critical hours, so sort of 5:30 a.m. to 8 a.m, 5 p.m. to 7:30 or whatever, so other swimming groups
Just
and
answer
teams.
the construction stuff.
Sorry, yep.
How much is that pool going to cost?
Okay.
We don't build it for them.
Okay, so conservatively, if you can secure the land for, say, 1,600 a square metre at the Mount, which I doubt you can, I'm at 16.2 million to replicate what we're doing. That's us doing it, not you with Becca and ongoing fees. So you'll be 20 mil. You'll be 20 mil plus.
Or 36.
Yeah.
Scotty, come on up. Scotty's the expert in running pools.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
So
That's yep. No, I'll let you keep talking.
Councillor Schiller, to answer your question number 1 and number 2, so the lane space will be, there'll be a portion of space available for the Manu Swim Club, and then the other significant portion of space will be open to community user groups to hire and use that space, and that's always been the plan. So we'll be opening it up to 2, 3, 4 groups, whatever that may be, in each of those pivotal timelines throughout the day. So the mornings and the afternoons are traditionally the most busiest time for swimming-based groups or surf life saving, triathlon, whatever that may be. So there'll be options for hireage there under a user agreement system. Water polo will have certainly an option. Underwater hockey will have an option. Synchronised swimming will have an option, and that's the beauty of the deep water that you're looking at there. So to give you assurances, it will be a community-based facility.
And I think just to clarify on the 50-metre pool, if you wanted to swim 50 metres, look, it would come down to the groups using it that day. So potentially giving us additional aquatic space, it's probably best to do 2 25-metre tanks. You're going to get more swimmers during those peak times, but you've got the ability then for specific training where people want to train in a 50-metre pool. That potentially could be 1 day a week, or it could be a whole week of training. So it would depend on the user groups, so having that flexibility to do that. But what we as a group see, and I think to answer the question before, is we just want to create more aquatic space for the community, and that's what we did by heating it 10 years ago. We wanted to give those extra lanes during the winter months. This now is just another added advantage to do that, to provide those 2 extra tanks or 1 big tank, whatever you want to do.
And so if I want to swim twice a week and, I can just come and join your swim squad, can I? And
Yes.
And how does that work? I just pay per time?
Well, we'd put you through an assessment and see how good you are, and then we'd find a nice squad for you.
Yeah, good at backstroke, but maybe not going forward.
Is there a way, like I see, $25 an hour or something that I can come and hire a lane and you can contract out, for example, of lifeguards and stuff? Can I?
Yes. So currently under our existing pool, we do that. So groups come to us and want to use it in a weekend for training. So again, they pay the fee. They have use of all of the lanes, depending on when it is, or part of the lanes. So having different groups. So potentially our business today is, swim in the morning, swim in the evening, out for our club. Outside that, it's available to people to use, and it has been done under our 33 and a third model at the moment. So we do get extra users.
We've earmarked with Alison as well about creating the user agreement documents together to use.
Yeah, but is that a legit? You can legitimately, because this seems to be the issue, right? Is if I'm actually training, but I can go and train in the sea and go and drown, no issue. But if I go and use a pool and drown, there's suddenly a huge liability for.
Yeah, you're right. There are health and safety issues to be addressed, and we know and understand what we currently do.
Yeah.
We know what's coming our way if this does go ahead, so we'll work through the Alison and the Pool Safe program. Also, the current lifeguards that we have, we'll use those as well, and we'll work along with the user agreement. So we will create what we call a user-friendly site.
Yeah.
Would it help if I just clarified a little bit around how we'd work together to get Pool Safe? So with the user agreements, it just means that if there's a user agreement in place for structure swimming like you were talking about, they basically take responsibility for the facility at the time. So with PoolSafe, as long as things are documented and the staff are doing what they should be and it's handed over in the right way, then PoolSafe can be retained. So it just keeps council safe for our level of investment and the community safe and the trust. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Councillor
Can
Taylor.
I ask another?
Sorry,
sorry.
yeah, Councillor Schuller.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, if I can stay jumped in. Maybe another question around the potential of it being used during the daytime if the school didn't need it, because it is on the boundary and does have external access. So maybe a quick reflection on that, if that will enhance the community opportunities, understanding there may be costs associated with pool lifeguards. But the other question just around the $340,000 a year, again, just coming back to the dollars, and there seems like a little bit of confusion on some of those numbers or some of the answers to the mayor. Just the question, I suppose, that includes renewals, I understand, but then, the discussion and dialogue that's coming from yourselves is it's would be a lot less to run, or should be a lot less to run. So I suppose, going forward to $340 is a lot of money every year, but your confidence and some of the numbers that maybe we could get access to that sit behind. I know there's a fair bit in the report. Just a bit more of a commentary around the ongoing cost, renewals one part, and then obviously the OPEX.
Yep, I'll try and break that long question open for you. So I'll answer the first part around the use of the community during school time. So obviously the school's got preference from 9 till 3. However, with the new tank, they'll have a portion of space. The remaining space can be then used by local community groups under the user agreement system. So to answer your question, yes, it will be available. The actual money side of things, I'll bring back Ian to help you out with that one.
Sorry, just on that, sorry, Kev, but so is it only used by Mount College, or do other schools actually use it as well?
Yeah, it's under a booking system. So Amana Primary School, Mount Primary School, Arataki Primary School, they all use the facility at different parts of time, particularly in term 4, when they have their swimming sports and their prelude to swimming sports. So yeah, we've got 4 or 5 different schools using the facility. But again, you're talking about portions of space. So we've got availability to work with both schools and community here.
And sorry, just on that, so obviously it's Ministry of Education pool, you run it, they are paying you to use it, the schools?
No, so the school currently operates where only terms 1 and 4, they utilise an aquatic program for their physical education, okay? And during terms 2 and 3, we take all operating costs for the pool under the current model. Obviously, what we're doing now in the future going forward is that we could potentially offer the college a 12-month aquatic program they can run through the year, okay, but also with the added advantage of allowing the public to come in and use it at the moment.
They'd contribute to the costs or not?
I suppose we charge them a lease fee during the 1 and 3 fee, okay, yeah. 1 and 4 terms.
And Omano Primary, if they use it, they pay?
That's really probably an arrangement with the college. We don't. So
you don't get that money
because we can't use it during the school day. Our contract at the moment is only outside school hours under the existing arrangement.
But under the new arrangement, that'll be different?
Different, yes, because there's a bigger tank, obviously, and more, and we need to make that cost effective, and that would be one. Yeah.
The college has intimated to us they currently pay $40,000 a year. That's their budget. And they've said that they'll raise that to $45,000, which is not bad after they've had a free pool for 14 years. Donald said 10, but it's 14. So, but they're all on board with it. Okay. Kevin, your question about costs, we're very confident because we think we've underestimated the users. And our model, because of our outside funders and our surf life-saving connections, that's our first go-to, not the council. It's why we've been able to raise $400,000 for heat pumps for all the other existing pool over the last few years. Okay, so council's not our first go-to. Happy with that, Kevin?
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for coming in again, guys. Good to see you again. My question's a bit of a cross-pollination. We've been talking about Otomoto, been talking about what you guys are doing. Have you had a look at Otomoto and what you could offer us in that vicinity?
I've never looked at it. I've certainly got a few friends. Short answer is yes, we can fix your problem, the council's problem.
I'm probably alluding to what Councillor Schuler was talking about earlier, the ground conditions there, and if we were replacing the pool, you would fix the ground, I would presume, as you went?
Back of the envelope. Bevan's even faster than you, Mahi. He was doing the calculations while it was being talked about. And there's too many different options. But short answer is none of it's expensive if you let us get on with it. I'm not going to go into it. He's very, very reasonably. He's good and he's inexpensive, not cheap.
Probably don't want to unpack it here, but it is something that you consider looking at, and maybe giving us another option is probably what I'm looking for.
Yes, what I'd like to see is let us prove ourselves over the next couple of years, and then if I don't know what the time frame for Otomoto is, but there's two things we have to do. There's obviously the construction option, the cost, and then there's the running of it too. And we know what it takes from our trust structure point of view, and the association with the college, and the people involved. How to do it. Now, unfortunately, is it in competition with Bay Venues? Probably not. Different reasons for being in existence. Can we? What am I looking for here? Can we be very open to the public? Yes, we can. It's all about how we run the model. Okay, so it pretty much answers all your questions, but I don't know how we can prove ourselves other than get on with it.
Councillor Crowther.
Following up on the Otomoto thing, bearing in mind you haven't eyeballed it from what you said, and I presume you haven't read the report either, the geotech report, but are you talking, like, so you've got two things, you've got the operating model, you've got the physical construction of pools. I'm not quite sure what you're suggesting. Are you suggesting you could get in there, basically leave our old pool to one side, we give you a bit of land and you stick in a new pool, or are you saying you could go and rip out the pool and put in another one, or are you saying, perhaps slightly contrary to the answer to the question I got, that you could stick in a stainless steel something or other somehow without shoring it up in such an expensive way? Because I'm a little bit lost. I'm not doubting your ability to do cost-effective pools, but I'm just really struggling to know what we're actually talking about.
Okay, so in Christchurch, basically every public pool has been replaced with a stainless steel liner. They've obviously got settlement issues, etc., etc. My thinking with it, having a look at it, would be something like cutting holes in the bottom of the existing pool, using some screw poles, which then be attached to the stainless liner, and dealing with it that way. Don't know the depths, haven't got any of that information in front of us, haven't seen the report, but if it's on fill, I imagine it's not that deep. It's probably under 4 or 5 metres. May involve taking the roof off, worst case scenario, or part of. But I'm pretty sure there'd be a cost-effective solution for it.
I guess the question I've got is that the cost of what we're proposing to do at Otomoto is not, as I understand it, to do with the pool itself, that's been put to one side. So that's a risk that we carry at the moment. So we have this old pool there, which has survived the first 60 years, and the question is, will it survive another 60? So you've got a solution if it doesn't. But the question is, as part of what we do in terms of an upgrade, you know, the answer from Bay Venues to me before was that the key issue is if there is a problem, it will most likely be the land just dropping a little bit more. It's probably not going to fall away on the bank there, but it could drop a bit, that could cause further cracks. Are you suggesting you do a proactive intervention so that would stop it? Or
can I respectfully, and I guess like we've got a quite an in-depth geotech report that Bevan hasn't looked at, and I guess if we're looking for guidance to have a discussion about whether these options, then that's something that council could ask us to do away from the table, but without putting Bevan on the spot in public forum, it'd be good to have the conversation offline maybe.
But we would like to, hey, we're all ratepayers here. We'd really like to get into it and solve the aquatic problems as well. All
right, so obviously you've had a good track record you know, the ask for a 50-metre pool is 4.9 million, you know, with 340 annually. So, you know, you're very confident that 340 is the upper, and you're going to deliver us value for money.
Yes.
Perfect.
Short answer, yes.
All right. Okay, so anyone else got... I know I've hogged. Thank you very much for your time, because I've asked a lot of questions because I'm very interested, and I thank you for... Oh, Councillor Schuler's... You're on mute, Councillor Schuler.
Am I still muted? Oh, am I back? Sorry, I'm competing with you on this one. Apologies. Just Alison, just quickly back to you on the flip side ramifications. We know we're sort of oversubscribed in pools. I've done a fair bit of ringing around and checking. And can you hear me?
Undersubscribed?
Yeah, we've got a lot of demand, and a lot of people would use the facilities more. Just Alison, have we looked at anything in terms of the consequences of that use of the pool, in terms of potentially reducing the use of Baywave and sort of a negative implication on the network, or you know, so if the Mount Pool is being used to the level that we think, what impact, positive or negative, will that have on the rest of the current network?
Yes, we have, and I guess the caveat before I'm about to answer your question is that it's an assumption based on the clubs would move and training would all move to the Mount College. So if our assumption's right, we would need to go and talk to those clubs and just really test it with them. It could free up to 115 hours at Baywave, and Bay Venues are of the view that we could pretty much fill that space straight away because of the users that we've got waiting to come in and use it. Per week. For 115 hours per week. Yeah.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going to change tact a wee bit and move on to development contributions. Because obviously, depending on some of our decisions today, has quite an impact on how some of these pools are potentially funded. Was that? Yeah. So, you know, like I just note in the attachment 1, if we go to page 2, and that's bringing in the Mount hot pools. But you know, this is the option where we retain Otamoto Memorial Park, Aquatics, and Mount College. Thank you. And Mount College option 4 on the second page. So, you know, we've got potentially DC funding assumed of $45 million, which obviously makes quite a difference to our you know, to our cost to the ratepayer for getting a lot. So just interested to unpack that, how long, over what period, and on the flip side of it's all one thing to actually fund that through DCs, but what impact does that have on a new house that you're building? You know, what sort of cost are we going to be charging?
So I'll start off, but I might call on Ben or Susan to help me out a little bit as well. So as you'll have seen, we looked at two options: one, excluding the Mount Hot Pools, or continuing to exclude the Mount Hot Pools, and one, if you were to include the Mount Hot Pools. Ultimately, and Ben can correct me if I'm wrong, you want your DC policy to be sort of reflective of reality. And our understanding of reality, or current situation versus future situation and growth is that if we keep Automotai Pool within the network and build the Aquatics Centre at Memorial Park, it's likely to provide for growth for, I forget what we say, 15 to 20 years. If you were to include the amount of hot pools in the network as well, then you'd be saying that the Memorial Aquatics Centre is providing for growth for kind of 40 plus years, which to my mind doesn't really reflect our understanding of the current network and the pool provision that's required, etc. So it's about getting the appropriate balance between provision to meet the current needs of the community and the emerging needs of the growing population. In terms of the impact on each housing unit, yeah, if you go to the top, towards the top of those tables, you can see DC charge per HUE, per housing unit equivalent.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so in the option that you looked at there, option 4 being with the amount hot pools included within the network.
Oh, okay, so it's actually pretty much the same whether you include the mountain hot pools or not, 1,300, but it's just the period. So we just have to be aware that we're going to, this is, although it might be from DCs, it could be over a 40-year period or a 25-year period.
Yes, and that then obviously it influences the amount of borrowing cost associated with that as well. So you're borrowing over a longer period of time, therefore you're spreading those DC costs over a longer period of time and you're paying back more total capital essentially.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's good. Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can answer this one, Ross, but because I recall at the hearings on Tauranga West, one of the big issues that was raised there was whether Tauranga City Council is, well actually, yeah, Ben will probably be able to answer this, didn't notice you just, the provision of a library and a pool there. And so that was part of that, I would say, quite intense discussion that took place at that hearing. And my understanding was that our staff have come back and said what was in the plan, in the LTP, and I didn't see the whole hearing, obviously, but the impression I got was that there's an expectation that we will deliver something in that community to sort of, if you like, honour our side of that development agreement, that the developers will put in all their stuff, and in return we will put in what was called the community infrastructure. And then I sort of see in our report that that we're talking about, there's currently 61 million in 2041-43 for a new community aquatic facility, and just before that it mentions Wairakei and Tariko, and I'm kind of hoping, perhaps against hope, that they're not connected statements, because it strikes me this is kind of worse than an NZTA business case. Like, we're talking so far in the future for that local provision, and yet the whole basis of our planning for the city, the connected centres model, the whole, everything that flowed from UFTI and so forth was to have localised community infrastructure, and hence the developers are calling for that. So whether it be out at Tauranga West or at Papamoa East, and to not be planning in our financials to allocate that amount of money. And even then, at 61 million, if we're talking for 2, or is it that just... So I wonder if you could unpack that a bit and explain how it's going to work when the demand is kind of there in Papamoa East nowish.
Well, I can try, and Ben can chip in as well. So from a network planning perspective, when it comes to aquatics, and I think we've talked about this a little bit before in some of the workshop sessions, I guess you're balancing two things. You're balancing economies of scale and the ability to deliver multiple aquatic interests as best you can across the city. And the model that we've proposed is essentially this kind of hub and spoke model where you have two larger facilities, one on either side of the harbour, Baywave being one, and then Memorial Aquatics Centre on the other, that are accessible from wide parts of the city. The question then is, okay, well, when and how do you then build additional facilities in those growth communities? And certainly from a network planning perspective, it would be beneficial to have an additional aquatics centre in the Wairaki area in due course, and then potentially a further aquatics facility in the Western Corridor at some point. How that then relates to both levels of service and then to the investment profile and the affordability around when those facilities can be budgeted for are political questions, I think, as much as there are network planning questions.
I guess what I'd like to see then is to have the various scale of Memorial Aquatic Centre modelled so that we could see if we do support a decentralised model. I'm not sort of saying not have hubs, because it will probably be a hub anyway, but the spoke part is what I feel is a bit weak or delayed. So to try and look at, if you scale that back a bit and put in a facility in Papamoa East in the shorter time frame, then the Tauranga maybe in the late 2030s or something, which is when I understand there's not only a demand but an expectation that could happen. What would that look like in terms of DCs? Because that's a crucial part of it. If we can build a bigger one at Memorial and still fund these others through DCs, but if they're all going to be citywide DC, I'm just a little bit lost as to how that's all going to flow through. And if we can't see that up front in terms of the aquatic strategy, then there will be members of the public who want to know that, because I'm quite confident there'll be a bunch of people out there who want a decentralised model, but no doubt there'll be ones who want the opposite as well.
Well, yeah, we're probably just moving away from scope of what we're discussing today.
Aren't we talking about?
Well, we're not talking. No, well, that's going to be developed. And I think there'll be an opportunity that will come back to a meeting where we can discuss that. Yeah. Councillor Morris, obviously Scott talked about the Papamoa pool. Is that open to the public? Or it's just used for swim school? Or?
So there's the Fulton Swim School, which used to be the Bartlett Swim School. I'm not aware of the arrangements there. And then there's Papamoa Primary School pool, which is run by Papamoa Swim Club, I believe. So I'm not aware of what the public element is outside of formal sport. Yeah.
Sorry, just to add to that commentary, if you then turn your lens to the western part of the city, obviously there's an existing Bay Venues run pool at Greerton. There is a pool at Toiochamai, and there is the Liz Van Wheelie Swim School, all in relative proximity to that Western Corridor.
Yeah, I think when we're talking aquatics network, we do need to take some of these into account. So, yeah, even though they're not council assets. Okay, where are we sitting?
Sorry, just adding to that last little discussion. Friend across the table here. Welcome Bay. Any pools there, mate? Just school pools. But no public. No. Are they open to the public?
Oh.
Particularly with Maungatapu School, you can hire a key for the summer. So I guess there's an arrangement there for the public to use the pool. And I believe Taking a Shot at the Dark, Welcome Bay has a similar arrangement.
Right, well, it would be good to get to some decisions. So I think we'll just have a quick discussion if anyone has any thoughts as to for direction we're headed. Or we've got a couple of different things. Obviously, Memorial Park, which is more around saying that there's another report coming back to us in August around some of those site investigations. We've got Otomoto pool where we're being asked to support the working group's recommendations, retaining and upgrading the Otomoto pool. And then we've got Mount College, and obviously the number one option there is to support the 50-metre pool with a 4.9 million initial grant and up to $340,000 operating grant each year, as we've heard. So, and then finally is the Aquatics network plan, and that's again developing an Aquatics network plan, and that would again come back to us. The draft would come back to be endorsed and go out to consultation to our community. So, yeah, Councillor Schooler.
So just one, so I know that on the Mount College, it's nearly split 50-50 between 25-26 and 26-27, but we wouldn't need the OPEX till 26-27, right? So there's no, the 340 would not impact the annual plan OPEX in the year we're talking about.
Right, so people are happy, they don't want to discuss anymore? Yeah.
Just one sort of addition on the aquatic network plan, and I know Councillor Crowther's raised DCs. I'd like to have a broader conversation around what is our level of service, what do we want to try and get to, what level of pool service do we need in Tauranga to meet the growth of Tauranga, like what is, how many pools, what type of sports are we trying to cater for in the plan, and some kind of a time frame to have a new pool every 6 years or every 7 years, whatever it is, something for us to work to so we can adjust the DC plan to meet anticipated growth and apply the same thing to greenfields and everything else. But we need some sort of a guide as to where we're going as a city and what kind of community facilities we want to supply as a council for the people of Tauranga. I thought that would get Alison's attention.
Oh, sorry.
Just a statement to add.
Yeah.
It's a statement to add to the aquatic network plan around what type of service, level of service. What is our level of pool service? Because with these, if we agree to this, we're going to add a lot of water into the service, into the plan. But does that meet the level, or is it still short? No, this is just for us.
Yeah. It's not a question. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, sorry, I thought we were going into debate, but if we're just going to agree, then I think my only reflection, this is a really great opportunity where community voice meets data-driven data. Sorry, losing my words. But yeah, and it's great to see kind of the investment and the intention by council and the working groups to really progress these three kaupapa. One of the lessons learnt that I think we need to take into the whole plan is casting our net far and wide for the consultation, because we heard in the first rounds of Memorial Park conversations that, you know, particular people or groups were precluded or excluded or didn't get the email or whatever. So I think, you know, this is an opportunity for us to learn when we, from those mistakes that we made and improve on our consultation and engagement.
Any other comments? I think, yeah, just I'd like to applaud, obviously, you know, the trust that has brought us this option. I think it ticks a lot of boxes from my perspective that we get a 50-metre pool in Tauranga now, or in a very short space of time. From a council perspective, it's going to be probably the cheapest pool we ever build, and you know, it's great to see that model. I think, you know, in light of what we've heard today, you know, it's a good conversation to have around Otomotai and saying, you know, is there options there to deliver that in a different way, or you know, in a different model, even, you know, can we bring in others that maybe have the expertise to help us, and we may find that actually we can find another solution or a better solution. So that would be, I think we can do that on the basis that we do look at using people in the community that have expertise, and this is part of that value for money play is we need to do things differently, because as we heard this morning about Papakāinga, if it's not working, you've got to change, and I don't believe that our systems are always working at the moment, when it comes to getting value for money. So let's be innovative, and let's try to deliver. I think it's a good lesson for Memorial Park potentially, is there things we can do there? We've heard a 50-metre tank costs $1.6 million, so building a pool suddenly seems seems quite reasonable. So there's a lot to unpack in this, but I think this has been a great learning, I guess, and experience, and we've got to keep going forward and keep being innovative and keep delivering in different ways, in order to get more for less. And I think we've got some really good options on the table today. So I'm very comfortable, supporting what we've been discussing, and obviously had a lot of questions because I was really interested in someone that has come and delivering something for great value for money for our community, which is great to see. Councillor Kura.
I'd like to share those sentiments, and I'm really pleased to be able to support this, particularly that the Mayor has been advocating for cost-effective and value for money scenarios when delivering projects. And so here, and we've signalled that this council's willing to be not so risk averse as previously has been the case, and you can take risk aversion to the max and end up paying a huge premium to deliver capital projects. And this one will test that case. I'm confident, given our submitters and the experience and track record, that they can provide to us in terms of giving us the confidence. And so moving forward, in the years to come, if this is proven to be a cost-effective way to deliver projects, particularly in the current environment where cost of living, the ratepayers' ability to pay more is just non-existent, this is a way to deliver valuable assets and services, because we also have an offer there on a cost-effective service means, and who have got a track record as well. So to me, that risk aversion is not so much of a concern, because I've got a fairly high degree of confidence that this is going to work out and the community will thank us for doing it.
All right, now we've got recommendations on the table, so happy to ask if there's a mover and seconder. Councillor Schooler, Councillor Crowther, thank you. And obviously we've had a fairly good discussion, but is there any other comments or debates?
I just want to reiterate your comments about the involvement of the community, the Mount Trust and the working group for Otomotai. And I think in terms of the debate, there's been lots of debate outside. There's been a lot of work with the staff, and thank you for that. Thank you for being open to new ideas. I think it's really, we do need to absolutely look at innovative ways to deliver for the community, and I think this is looking at the bigger picture for Tauranga. This is delivering what the people of Tauranga have said they want, and it's also, I think, from my perspective, This is healthy Tauranga. This is stuff we want kids to be learning to swim and be safe, but we want them having fun in the water, and we've got some really great options, I think, that we're putting on the table. So I'm very happy with the conversations we've had and the work that's been done to get to this stage.
Okay, we've just got an amendment from Councillor Crowther just to consider. We just put that up.
If you accept the amendment, I'm prepared to second it. I do like the wording of that one, particularly in relation to Tauranga.
So I'll just ask the Deputy Mayor first if she'd be happy to support that in the substantive.
I think we should have just a change or beginning with the wording on that. So I would say, including options to bring forward investment.
Like, I guess this is really something probably for the long. It's probably, look, this is probably a long-term plan thing, but yeah, I don't see an issue with having it as part of, you know, the aquatic network plan. So in that case, we can leave that. That will join the substantive. So yes.
Councillor Crowther, so in terms of the amendment, potentially could you be even looking at a decentralised model which could compromise the Memorial Park proposal, or what's the scope of your amendment?
As compromise, I would just sort of say that we ensure that we get the best investment possible for every dollar of aquatics investment. So it will be up to, I think, all of us to figure out from what the staff bring back as to where those facilities should be, what our resource capacity is, what the timing needs to be. And at the moment, I just feel we're a little bit blind to some of that, because ultimately the DC's conversation will be critical to especially in Papamoa East and in, meaning I'm including the Blue Haven, like the other side of the road, if that has any tie-in with, you know, there's all sorts of possibilities out there, but particularly the Tauranga West and associated Western corridor infrastructure.
We're going to be collecting DCs for the next 60 years because we've already got 25 or 40, depending how we look at it. Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor. I just dropped off for a second there. The thing went dead. Not sure how I should speak to that. Is number 4 the added amendment from Councillor Crowther?
Yes.
And has that been accepted by the mover and the seconder?
Yeah.
My concern, can I speak, or do I have to wait to speak to that in a general perspective?
Yeah, you can speak.
So I think the discussion there is around a genuine aquatics plan for the area, and what that would require is a feasibility study. What concerns me about the way that is written is we're already saying this has to happen in either of those two areas. Now, I don't think we should do that. I think we should be focusing on what would a genuine a full aquatics plan bring up and bring to us, as opposed to us saying this is what, because fundamentally that will become part of the aquatic networks planning for the next 50 years. And, you know, we've got a piece of land, Portorifi, right by myself in Bethia. Now, I'm not advocating that's where it should be, but there will be significant growth in this part of the city and out to servicing other parts. So I'm just a bit concerned by putting those names and places in there that we're actually setting a really too fine a scope to what needs to be a really great piece of work that sets the city up for the future. So, yeah, just that was my observation there. I obviously missed what I've heard about Otamoto Pool today and what I've been reading. My concerns around the Becker report and my concerns in other areas are such that, and with the Memorial Pool and decisions to be made post that, whether 10 years is a better option or we're looking at 15 years as is. So again, I think there's considerable overlap. I don't want to be a downer on it. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right stuff that sets us up for making the right decisions in the future as well.
Thank you, Councillor Schuler. I think, yeah, I actually agree with your comments there. You know, as part of an aquatic network plan, I think would come up with any gaps in the network. That's exactly what a plan should identify. So, yeah, I do feel that's probably a bit preemptive to bring those in.
Yeah, that would be good. And the other question I was going to ask on this, again, sorry I dropped out, is that the community has asked for, and we've been talking about, an indoor facility. So is there, actually no, delete that thinking because it will become part of our plan. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool. All right, so is there any other discussion? Yep.
Yeah, I guess it has been a bit of an issue for me over the last year and a half, and I do want to really acknowledge the staff and Bay Venues, and I see Paul there, and just want to say thank you to you guys. I think it's fair to say that, yeah, like I said before, it was a bit of a bad start for it all. I think Susie raised some very valid points, but since actually turning that corner and engaging with the working group and then seeing sort of the feedback from others who have stayed on that group and others in the community, I think there's been a really positive turnaround. And I guess I'm not of the view that we should be pointing fingers at what happened previously to staff or anyone else or Bay Venues. I think the responsibility lay clearly with what the commissioners decided at that December 2023 meeting, and they just went off without any evidence base. And I think the fact that we're doing a fairly thorough look at this now, I think, is exactly what's needed. And I think that's what is going to ensure that we get the best investment for the city. I hear what you're saying, Councillor Schuler. I think what I wanted to ensure was that the risk that we get a plan that doesn't clearly, oh, sorry, not a plan, an aquatic network plan that doesn't bring forward what I think are needed investments. I think this J4 is not going to take anything away other than just to ensure that that is part of what gets brought back to us. It's going to be up to staff to interpret that and to figure out what's feasible. But to me, there's nothing much lost there, but there's a potential opportunity for us to deliver facilities elsewhere in the city quicker than we were going to in the 2040s. And that's what I'm looking for. If you want, you know, if the mood of my colleagues is to add the words and other areas of the city, I'm quite happy for that. I'm not trying to, and yeah, like whether it's Welcome Bay or Methlehem or anywhere, it's fine. The point I'm making is that we have a plan. We are running this council which has a plan to invest in Wairake and Tauranga, and I intentionally sort of put Papamoa East to sort of broaden that scope. You know, think to Tumu, wherever. And I think that's the important part that I'm trying to capture here. I think, obviously, I'm supportive of the investment into Automotai. I think that's essential. I think the work that the Deputy Mayor and others have done with the Mount and the staff have done since has been really impressive, and I think we're going to get good investment there. I think the key is the OPEX for all these things, and to make sure we get the right level of investment in the right place, and that way we can kind of feel confident if we have a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what I'm just going to do, obviously, we've heard a bit of discussion around J4, so we'll take that separately. And I ask now to put to council everything but J4, and ask those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Now J4, those in favour? Those against? Councillor Schuler, where are you on this one? This is the... So what's that?
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, it just sort of hasn't. Maybe I should have even spoken before. It hasn't really addressed my question. And I suppose I would have taken 2 for 10 years, not 15. But that's not part of the option, so too bad. The thing I want to get across here as well is one is not limiting an area, and again I'm probably taking up time I shouldn't now. But the other angle of this is how we make sure that a 50-metre indoor pool is included in that relatively urgent planning for the future as well. So I'm not quite voting against this now. Is going to be quite pointless because where we're at is a bit different, but I'll have to support it as it is.
Are you going to vote against it or for it?
No, I'll vote for it.
Okay. As long, on the proviso and the understanding of our discussions today that it's not limited to those areas. Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, it's the same with, I'd just say the same with a 50-metre pool. So that is carried as well. So thank you very much. That ends aquatics. So thank you for that.
We can bring the
yeah, so what we'll do is we'll have a break. We'll come back at 3:30. I believe we've got Monganui. We will deal with the development contributions, and then we'll finish the day in publicly excluded to deal with that last attachment. Yeah, we'll be done. So see you at 3:30.